For a moment, Tianyuan Trading Company and Tianyi Pavilion were pushed to the forefront of the storm, and Myriad Treasures store was also dragged into the water by Yunxiao's words. The whole city of Songyue became even more tense, and the undercurrent was surging even more violently. All the intelligence agencies began to focus on these three chambers of commerce. In the 10,000 Treasures Tower station, in a large meeting hall, the interior was luxuriously decorated. There was not a single speck of dust on it, and all the people present were dressed in brocade clothes instead of jade, looking extremely luxurious. The hall was illuminated by the glow of jewelry, which was in line with the usual style of luxury of the Myriad Treasures store. Everyone was still immersed in the joy of Li Feiyu's timely return when they immediately received the information about Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce. Each of them was stunned and frowned. Feiyu, what's going on? In the upper seat, a man in a black brocade robe with an ancient fragrance said in a deep voice. There was a faint trace of anger on his face as he said, Tianyuan Trading Company is really bold to use our name to cause trouble. It seems that our 10,000 Treasures building hasn't been active for a long time, which has made these little brothers restless, or they think that we are easy to bully. Cold sweat began to form on Li Feiyu's forehead as he replied, Lord Deputy Tower Master. This matter. He looked at the three elders sitting in the upper seats with pleading eyes, one of whom was Ren Guangxin. Ren Guangxi also felt a little troubled and didn't know how to explain it. He patted his head and said, It's like this, Ing Luo. He immediately told her about what had happened when Yun Xiao and Li Feiyu were teleported to Songyue City, and then said gloomily, This brat even used this sentence. He's simply too cheap. I didn't expect him to be a member of Tianyuan Trading Company's Gold Edge Silvertip. I wouldn't have said that if I didn't deny it. What should I do now? Li Feiyu was also sweating profusely. Cui Bo, the deputy head of Myriad Treasures store, was also stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, Feiyu can't be blamed for this, but young Master Yun is too slippery. What do you think of this? In addition to the deputy tower master, there were three other elders of Myriad Treasures store here. The 7th elder Ren Guangho, the 8th elder Di Xianxia, the 2nd elder Xian Yutong, and more than 10 experts at the level of general managers from various places. Feiyu, since you've said something like that, you'll definitely deny that you're damaging Myriad Treasures store's reputation. Cui Bo continued. But we can't deny it, and we can't be used by Tianyuan Trading Company. Do you have a plan that can kill both sides? Everyone was silent, feeling that this matter was too difficult. I do have an idea, but I'm not sure if it'll work. Since Tianyuan Trading Company had launched a surprise attack on Luozu Trading Company and directly annexed the latter, as the leaders of the Merchant Union, we can't just sit by and do nothing. Why don't we send a letter to condemn Tianyuan Trading Company and ask their master to come out and make a public apology to give Luo Chu Trading Company justice? In this way, not only will we take the initiative in the situation, but will also directly announce to the public that Myriad Treasures store has no relationship with Tianyuan Trading Company. Yes, this is a great idea. Ren Guangye showed a look of approval and nodded. Besides, I can also find out the background of Tianyuan Trading Company and how powerful the Golden Edge and Silver Radiance are. Ever since Ding Shan handed over Tianyuan Trading Company to Ding Ling these two core forces of Tianyuan Trading Company have never appeared again. Cui Bo said with a frown. I don't know what Ding Shan is up to, now that it has appeared in front of everyone again. Its true strength is still unknown. Ren Guangyao was suspicious. Has it developed to the point where it can ignore Empyrean One Pavilion? That's too shocking. I don't think so. Cui Bo shook his head. Ding Shan has been under our surveillance all these years, and he didn't seem to have done anything out of the ordinary. If the two forces could be strengthened without anyone knowing, Tianyuan Trading Company would not have declined. Elder Xian, Elder Di, what do you two think? Di Xianxia, the 8th elder of the Myriad Treasures store, stretched his back and said, The situation in the whole business union is complicated and ever-changing, but I never thought that the first variable would be caused by Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. I only think that this two conferences will be more complicated than any previous one. Maybe we need to strengthen the forces sent by Myriad Treasure's store. Chuibo frowned. This is the most tense period of the year. A large number of experts have been sent to various parts of the continent to keep watch in case the business suddenly changes. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to send more people to help. Let's observe the situation for a while. I'll be more confident when I report to the OP. What about you, Elder Xian? Xian Yutong's face was yellow and he looked a little dull. He said dryly, Ding Shan has already left the Merchant Union's line of sight for many years, but he's always been under our surveillance. He shouldn't have appeared for no reason. I don't think the two people who suddenly appeared in Tianyuan Trading Company are Golden Edge and Silver Light. Even if it was just a Marshal Supreme, he would not be able to do anything. What happened today didn't seem like Ding Ling style. Let's see what Tianyuan Trading Company will do next. Since they've made the first move to disrupt the game, we'll wait and see. Elder Xian's words make sense. Just do as Feiyu said. Write a letter immediately and question Tianyuan Trading Company. Ask them to give an explanation for what happened to Luochu Trading Company. Cui Bo finally announced. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Just as they were about to end the meeting, the sound of an announcement came from outside the door, and an ordinary servant rushed in. Deputy Towerhead, we've just received a notice from Tianyuan Trading Company. The man presented a document with both hands and said, Please take a look, Deputy Tower Master. Chuibo frowned and stared at the notice for a few seconds. When he took it and read it, his expression changed. He slammed the notice on the table and said angrily, Tianyuan Trading Company is so fast and cunning. What's going on? Renguang asked, stunned. Chuibo passed the notice over and said, Read it out for everyone to hear. Renguangjing took the notice and read it word by word. Notice to all members of the Business Alliance, Huan. Today, the father and son of the Wu family of Luozu Chamber of Commerce openly violated the basic principle of the Merchant Union's peaceful and stable development and caused harm to Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Acting President Ding Ling tried to persuade them to do good, but to no avail, so she had no choice but to punish the evil. The main culprit has already been executed, so please relax and don't worry. However, although the main culprit who destroyed the peace and stability of the Merchant Union has been executed, the mastermind is still free and is ready to make a move and destroy the peace and stability of the Merchant Union. Although Tianyuan Trading Company is weak, it's not afraid of any force. We swear to fight to the death with those who destroy the peace and stability of the Merchant Union. Apart from the Wu father and son, the three main culprits of the Luochu Chamber of Commerce, the rest of the people have a good intention. After they realized this, they firmly vowed to be loyal to the acting president, Ding Ling and wanted to merge all of Luochu Chamber of Commerce's business into Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce in order to seek greater and better development. Acting President Ding Ling had to reluctantly agree to it after rejecting it in all ways. After the two conventions, Tianyuan Trading Company will gradually take over everything that Luochu Trading Company does on the continent. I'll announce the full text. I hope that all the Business Alliance allies can work together to crack down on all destructive behavior and seek common development. This buy-in. Ren Guangjing was completely dumbfounded. He threw the notice to the ground and said angrily, This is too ridiculous. It's obviously annexing others, but it's written so righteously, hypocritical, and cunning. We're not stupid, so who would believe it? Xian Yutong's expression turned strange. He picked up the notice and read it again in detail. Elder Xian, what do you think? Cui Bo asked. Xian Yutong pondered. Everyone knows that it's just an excuse, but it's a fact that all the senior executives of Luochu Chamber of Commerce have been swallowed up by Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. No one will stand up for a dead Chamber of Commerce except for its original master, the First Heaven Pavilion. However, in the notice, Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce declared that he was the victim, and the mastermind had not yet appeared. If the Empyrean One Pavilion took action at this time, it would be seen as the mastermind, which would be disadvantageous in the grand sense of justice. Moreover, once this notice is out, we have no reason to send a letter to Tianyuan Trading Company to question them. This notice is really timely, and the means are really brilliant. It's not at all like Ding Ling Er's passive method of finding a way to deal with everything in a narrow gap. Well, Tianyuan Trading Company has indeed taken too much initiative this time. What should we do now that we can't send a letter? Cui Bo asked after some thought. Shen Yutong hesitated and said, We don't have to be in a hurry now. Empyrean 1 Pavilion should be the one in a hurry. If someone from the Empyrean 1 Pavilion comes to ask about our relationship with Tianyuan Trading Company, just ignore them. There's no need to explain it so clearly to the public. Since Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce wants to use our name, we'll change our strategy a little and give him a tacit agreement. In this way, they may be able to compete with the Empyrean 1 Pavilion for a while, and we'll just wait for the result. Cui Bo's eyes flashed and he smiled. That's a good idea. Tianyuan Trading Company is using my name, so we'll use his strength to suppress the Empyrean 1 Pavilion. Although Empyrean 1 Pavilion isn't a threat to us, it's still one of the core 4 alliances. It'll be beneficial for us if we can delay it. Yes, let's do it this way, Shen Yutong said. In that case, we still have to send the letter. But as for the content, just say that we have received the announcement. As the leader of the business alliance, Myriad Treasure Store will not tolerate any behavior that destroys the harmony of the business alliance. They will also express their praise and approval for Tianyuan Trading Company's handling of Luozu Trading Company. This buy-in, Cui Bo felt that it was inappropriate and hesitated. Isn't this the same as openly supporting them? If the Empyrean 1 Pavilion comes to question us, what should we do? Shen Yutong laughed and said, Deputy Tower Master is wrong. First, we are the leaders of the business alliance, so they should keep their eyes open and not make any mistakes. Second, we support the maintenance of the internal unity of the Merchant Union, not the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. If the Empyrean 1 Pavilion comes to question us, just say that we were also blinded by the notice of Tianyuan Trading Company and couldn't tell the truth. Such great kindness! Cui Bo's eyes lit up and he praised. Elder Xian's arrival at Songyue City is the greatest help to Cui Bo. Otherwise, I would really have a headache with the situation in Songyue City. If I don't handle it well, I will be punished by the Tower Lord. I'll do my best, that's all. Shen Yutong smiled faintly. Send a letter to Tianyuan Trading Company as Elder Xian said, Cui Bo immediately ordered. At the same time as Myriad Treasure Store received the notice, over 100 members of the Merchant Union who had gathered in Songyue City had also received the notice. For a time, all kinds of speculations were made, and they all felt the pressure of a storm coming. He actually made a bogus accusation. Tianyuan Trading Company. Dingling you're so good. The Empyrean 1 Pavilion was cold and gloomy, and the atmosphere was a bit depressing. The people present were even breathing carefully, as if they were afraid of making a sound and scaring someone. In the middle of the hall kneeled an old man covered in blood. He was lying on the ground, trembling. It was the martial honor who had his dantian destroyed by Mo Xiaochuan and was sent flying. Having lost his origin power, he fell from the sky and almost broke all his bones. At this moment, other than the pain all over his body, he was also extremely terrified, causing his body to tremble more and more. I'll send you to the Luozu Chamber of Commerce to assist them and give them some advice. But now, you're telling me that the father and son of the Wu family are dead, that Luozu Chamber of Commerce has been incorporated into Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, and that you've been crippled of your cultivation, so you've been driven back like a stray dog. The great elder of Empyrean 1 Pavilion, Su Danhe, faced forward with her hands behind her back. She said very slowly, I'm very puzzled. Why did you say you were from Tiany Chamber of Commerce at that time? Isn't this smearing our Tiany Chamber of Commerce's reputation? The old man's body trembled violently as he said, Great elder. I just wanted to use the name of the Tiany Chamber of Commerce to intimidate them, who knew that they wouldn't give in and even injured me to this extent. This subordinate is useless, and my cultivation is now crippled. I hope that Great Elder can take into account my past contributions and find me a medicinal pill that can restore my cultivation. Su Danhe turned around and revealed a look of surprise. She said in confusion, You're so useless. Yet you still have the face to ask for a pill to heal your dantian? Why didn't I see that you were such a thick-skinned person before? She took out the notice and bent down to open it in front of the old man. See, you're as shameless as Tianyuan Trading Company. It's strange that those people who recruited Luochu Chamber of Commerce didn't recruit a talent like you. Su Danha's eyes became colder and colder. She stared at the old man until he kept trembling and his whole body was stuck to the ground. Trash! Su Danha spat out 2 words and waved her hand. Drag him down and kill him. Ah? Great Elder. Great Elder. Even if you don't consider my contributions, you should at least spare my life for my hard work. The old man screamed in horror, as if he couldn't believe that Su Danha wanted to kill him. So noisy. You're so noisy. Su Danha waved her hand and a ray of light shot out of the elder's throat, immediately creating a bloody hole. The old man's face was filled with fear and despair. He kept holding his throat with both hands and struggled desperately. At this moment, 2 disciples of the Empyrean One Pavilion came up and dragged him out. Su Danha's face was cold. She pointed at the notice on the ground and said coldly, "Who can tell me what to do about this?" The people in the hall were all the higher-ups of Empyrean One Pavilion, and no one dared to make a sound. One of the old men gathered his courage and said, "Great Elder, Tianyuan Trading Company has gone too far. We only sent Wu Yu to force Ding Ling to marry him and test their strength. They actually annihilated the Luochu Chamber of Commerce. They clearly know that the Luochu Chamber of Commerce is our vassal, yet they are so unscrupulous. They clearly don't put us in their eyes. I think we should use the same method they used to deal with Luochu Chamber of Commerce to destroy Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce like a thunderbolt to shake the prestige of my Tianyi Chamber of Commerce." Su Danha felt an inexplicable anger and shouted, "Destroy Tianyuan Trading Company? Are you out of your mind? If we destroy one of the 7 merchant alliances, it will cause a huge storm. What will the other 5 merchant associations do? Can you think before you speak?" The old man's face turned green, but he didn't dare to refute and closed his mouth. Su Danha was angry for a while before she opened her mouth and said, "Tianyuan Trading Company must be taught a lesson, otherwise they won't know their place." But before that, he had to investigate 2 things. First, they had to figure out what kind of agreement Myriad Treasure Store had with them. Second, how many Golden Edge and Silver Radiance cultivators have come from Tianyuan Trading Company. If they come in full force, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with them. So we must send a message to the nearby experts to come as soon as possible. This time, no matter what, we must kick them out of the 7 merchant alliances. With that, she glanced at a white-robed woman in the crowd, and her sharp tone immediately softened. "Yui, what do you think?" Liang Yui's body moved slightly, and the 2 bells on the sword at her waist rang. Her long black hair floated behind her, and her skin was smooth as snow. She moved her fingers gently and said softly, "We'll do as you say, Great Elder. I'm just curious who they'll send out for the martial arts and technique competition." Su Danha said, "Yes, this is also something we have to consider. As a key investigation, it's best to destroy it before the competition. This will prevent future trouble." Liang Yui furrowed her brows and said softly, "There's no need to do anything unnecessary. I know you're very confident, but you have to focus your energy on dealing with Li Feiyu and the others. There should be as few of those trash from Tianyuan Trading Company as possible," Su Danha said with a smile. Liang Yui did not say anything. The light in her eyes gradually dissipated, as if she was no longer interested in anything else. "I'll personally pay a visit to Myriad Treasure Store. You guys do your best to inquire about the situation. Be ready to follow me to Tianyuan Trading Company to teach that bitch a lesson," Su Danha said. "Let's disperse." She waved her hand. After Luochu Chamber of Commerce was destroyed and all the experts of the Chamber of Commerce were swallowed by Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, on the same night, the 27 subsidiary chambers of commerce under Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce received invitations one by one and were invited to a banquet by Ding Ling. The banquet was simple, and everyone in the small hall was discussing timidly. Everyone's face was very serious, and from time to time, they would secretly glance at Ding Linger who was sitting on the throne. Ding Ling sat there without saying a word. No one could tell what she was thinking. She seemed to be lost in thought. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Ding Ling finally spoke. Her eyes fell on Xiao, who was sitting on the left, and she said, "Young Master Yun, the remaining 8 families probably won't come. Of the 27 chambers of commerce, only 19 had come, leaving 8 empty seats." It was like a slap to the face, making everyone's expression not too good. "Since those 8 families didn't come," Xiao said with a smile, "they don't have to come again. I'll pay them a visit tomorrow to execute the main culprit and guide them to do good." The expressions of the 19 families who had already arrived changed drastically, and they were all shocked. On one hand, he couldn't understand what Tianyuan Trading Company was doing, but on the other hand, he was glad that he had come to the appointment. Time reveals a person's heart, and true love is revealed in times of need. Ding Ling said, "The 19 allies and good friends here are the most loyal partners of Tianyuan Trading Company. I'll remember their names one by one, and I'll definitely treat you well in the future." "You're too kind, Miss Ding," one of the old women said. "Our extreme square chamber of commerce has been following Tianyuan since old Master Ding Shan's hands. Thanks to the old master and Miss Ding's care, we've been able to survive in this dangerous environment. The life and death of extreme square chamber of commerce have long been tied to Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce." "It is." The other 19 families also agreed and expressed their loyalty. Xiao looked at the crowd one by one. With Tianyuan Trading Company's situation declining day by day, everyone thought that the 2 conventions of the Merchant Union had come to an end. The fact that Tianyuan Trading Company could still withstand the pressure from all sides and come forward to support Tianyuan Trading Company showed that it was definitely a hardcore alliance. Ding Ling was also grateful and said, "Thank you for your help, great managers." This time, Ling gathered all of you here to unite everyone's strength to fight against the changes in the future. In order to keep our forces together, I'd like to expand Tianyuan Trading Company's base by 1 generation and let everyone move in so that they can be connected and look out for each other. I wonder if any of you have any wise opinions. This buy-in. Forgive me for being blunt, but may I ask if Miss Ding is going to make a big move?" An old man asked hesitantly. "Today's matter with the Luochu Chamber of Commerce has spread like wildfire. Is there any hidden reason?" Ding Ling smiled and said, "I do have some ideas for a big move. The incident with Luochu Chamber of Commerce was brought upon by them, and they actually set their sights on my Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. It's normal for them to be destroyed in an instant." She clapped her hands lightly, and suddenly, several extremely powerful forces spread out in the field. The space seemed to solidify, and the unbearable pressure grew stronger and stronger. Chi. This is Chi under everyone's shock and horror. More than 10 rays of light flew in and revealed their true bodies. They were all powerhouses. The 3 people in the lead had even reached the rank of Martial Supreme, and their auras were shocking. The lowest cultivation base of the dozen or so warriors was actually at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm. As soon as they entered the arena, they immediately bowed to Ding Ling, who was sitting on the upper seat, and said in unison, "The remaining members of the Luochu Chamber of Commerce have joined the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce loyally. They pledged their loyalty to Lady Ding Ling." Everyone was shocked, especially the 3 martial sovereigns who had a look of loyalty on their faces. It moved everyone's heart. It was easy to defeat a martial supreme, but it was extremely difficult to subdue him. Moreover, it was even more difficult to imagine that so many powerful martial artists would support him so firmly in such a short time. After the shock in everyone's hearts, they immediately revealed a joyous mood. This at least proved one thing: Tianyuan Trading Company's strength was far more powerful than they had imagined. This time, the team that had clenched their teeth and fought to the death seemed to see the hope of victory. "You've all worked hard," Ding Ling said with a smile. "I'm happy for you all to be able to forsake the darkness and join the light. The father and son of the Wu family overestimated themselves and sought death," a martial emperor said loudly. "Thank you for Miss Ding's magnanimity. I'll definitely be loyal to you. We'll be a family from now on," Ding Ling said. "Please take a seat, everyone." We're scapegoats, the martial sovereign said. We don't dare to sit. We'll just stand. The crowd was floored. Was this still the martial sovereign of the 9 heavens they knew? Where was the overlord aura of a 9 heavens expert? What was the difference between this and a captive martial artist? Miss Ding is very pleased to see your loyalty, Xianxia said with a smile. How about this? A total of 9 chambers of commerce are delayed by matters and cannot come to the banquet. How about you all make a trip and bring Miss Ding's regards to them? Oh, there's such a thing. The martial sovereign had a murderous look on his face as he snorted. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Young Master Yun and Miss Ding, don't worry. We'll be back soon. The dozen or so people instantly exuded a murderous aura, causing everyone present to feel suffocated. Ding Ling'er's face showed a trace of pity and said, After all, we've lived together for so many years, so let it go as much as possible. The martial emperor looked at Xianxia to ask for his opinion, and a trace of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. Since Miss Ding is so merciful, Xianxia said indifferently, just execute the chief villain. As for the others, take them in and give them a chance to turn over a new leaf. Yes, the dozen or so martial artists no longer hesitated. After taking the name list, they did not delay at all. They turned around and turned into rays of light, soaring into the sky and scattering in all directions. The people of the other 19 subsidiary chambers of commerce were so shocked that they couldn't come back to their senses. Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce was so arrogant and domineering, which was completely different from its usual style of avoiding and taking advantage of the situation. Although the young man on the left had an ordinary cultivation base, he occasionally revealed the spirit of a peerless expert. His every move was always inadvertently shocking and elusive. Although the young martial emperor powerhouse was standing there with his eyes half-closed lazily and did not care about what was happening, he was like a black hole. Just by standing there, he made it difficult for everyone to calm down. Let's not waste any time, Xianxia said lightly. You can start moving into the forbidden zone of Tianyuan Trading Company now. I'll immediately order my men to double the area. As long as we work together, no matter how the game changes, we will be invincible. These words caused everyone's bodies to tremble. They hurriedly stood up and said, We're willing to follow Miss Ding forever, and we'll never have second thoughts. Everyone bade farewell in a hurry and began to go back to arrange the relocation. Soon, all the people in the hall had left, leaving only Ding Ling'er, Xianxia, and Mo Xiaochuan. As soon as the crowd left, Ding Ling'er's aloof and indifferent attitude disappeared. She was now full of tenderness, as if she were a different person. She was a little puzzled. How did they train those martial artists? How could they be used by me in such a short time? At first, I was worried that they would become a hidden danger. But from what I saw just now, they seem extremely loyal. Xianxia smiled and said, It's simple. I'll just put a little restrictive spell on them. Without my unique technique, their dantian will explode within 3 days, and they will be completely crippled. Do they dare to not show their loyalty? I see. Ding Ling'er nodded and smiled. Young Master Yun was martial sovereign vanquisher, so it was only natural for him to use a few tricks to deal with ordinary experts. What I'm worried about now is what if the Empyrean One Pavilion comes to question us? I've already sent a message to my father, but he hasn't replied, she said with a gloomy expression. Xianxia frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Let's not talk about what Ding Shan is planning. As for the Empyrean One Pavilion, there's no need to worry, because there will be someone who will take the blame for us. Someone is standing up for us? Ding Ling'er asked curiously. Who is it? Could it be Li Feiyu? Xianxia shook his head and smiled. He looked in the direction of the 4 extremes, sect in the distance, and said with a chuckle, Tang Xen. At the 4 extremes sect station, a young man was listening attentively to a report. His face flashed with a demonic expression, as if every time he looked at it, it would be different from before. It was difficult to tell what his true expression was. Young Master, that's the situation. After a martial honor reported, he said, I hope that Young Master can remove the restriction on me so that I can return to serve Young Master. The revered martial artist was the man who had sworn allegiance to Tianyuan Trading Company, and he was also the liaison of the Four Extremes sect in Luozu Trading Company. He did not have time to escape at that time, and as a result, he was recruited by Yunxiao. Tang Xian paced back and forth in the hall and laughed. Tianyuan Trading Company. You're so good. I was almost cheated by you. Oh? What do you mean, young master? A man wrapped in a black robe sat quietly to the side and could not help but ask. Tang Xian sneered. Tianyuan Trading Company is playing an empty fort strategy. The more they try to show off, the more it shows that they are in a weak position. This is the only way to mess up the situation and make it difficult for people to predict. Although it's a bit risky, it's a good idea, and it doesn't seem like something Ding Ling would do with her personality. I think it must be the doing of that young Master Yun. The black-robed man was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "How do you know?" Although he asked this question, he already believed it in his heart. Because he had been with Tang Xian for a long time, he had never seen him make a wrong guess. Tang Xian smiled and said nothing. I also have a guess about this young Master Yun, but I don't know if it's correct. Mr. Hidden Dragon, please help me confirm it. However, let's help him remove the restriction first. Perhaps we can get some clues from the restriction technique. All right. The black-robed man stood up and slowly walked towards the martial honor. The revered martial artist was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, young master. Thank you, Mr. Hidden Dragon. He turned around and ripped off his shirt, revealing his muscular back. A golden pattern was printed on his back. What an ingenious restriction. Hidden Dragon stared at it for a while and said, "But it's not a problem for me." He stretched out his skinny hand and slowly dug his long and narrow nails into the flesh of the martial honor. Blood immediately gushed out and his back was dyed red. Hidden Dragon's hands continued to form strange seals and sent them into Wu Zun's back. Every time he did so, a red light would shoot out and gradually integrate into the golden seal. Under the impact of the blood light, the seal began to slowly activate and seemed to be about to break. Humph! Small tricks, break for me. Break! Hidden Dragon pointed his finger down and touched the array. Immediately, the golden array shot out a strong light, like a golden light blooming. Then, it turned into rays of light and shot into the sky above the hall, gradually taking shape. This Tao Wu. Hidden Dragon was shocked and quickly retreated to protect his body, afraid that there would be an attack hidden within. Arg! This Tao Wu. Tang Xian's shocked voice was heard. Hidden Dragon looked up at the sky and suddenly opened his mouth wide, stunned. The light formed by the restriction condensed into 8 big words in the sky. Young Master Tang Xian, do you dare to meet me? Tang Xian and Hidden Dragon were both shocked, and an indescribable shock spread in their hearts. They both saw the fear in each other's eyes. There were 8 characters hidden under the restriction. Not only did the other party discover the hidden post, but he also predicted it so well that he would find someone to crack it. Even Tang Xian, who always thought that she had never missed anything, was completely stunned. She seemed to be in disbelief that there was someone who could plot against her in the world. Young Master, Mr. Hidden Dragon, what's wrong? Although the revered martial artist also noticed the strangeness, he did not see the words as his back was facing the hall. He slowly turned around and saw 2 completely stunned faces. Whether it was Tang Xian or Hidden Dragon, they were both extremely intelligent people in his mind. They always had a smile on their faces, as if everything in the world was under their control. He had never seen such a dumbfounded look. The shock in Tang Xian's eyes couldn't go away, and she just said awkwardly, This buy-in. He was unable to come back to his senses for a long time before he finally said, Mr. Hidden Dragon, we must investigate this person's identity immediately. I'll go now. Hidden Dragon was also unable to hide the shock in his heart. He turned around and disappeared on the spot. The revered martial artist was stunned and didn't know what had happened. He only felt a sense of relief behind him and the restriction seemed to have disappeared. He thanked him repeatedly. Tang Xian waved her hand impatiently to dismiss him. She walked back and forth in the hall alone, seemingly a little annoyed. This feeling of being unable to control it made him extremely uncomfortable, as if he had predicted that the chess game was deviating from his calculations. Suddenly, a sense of pride welled up in his heart. He said coldly, "Young Master Yun, since you're eager to meet me, I, Tang Xian, will give you this qualification. I would also like to see what kind of monstrous talents are hidden among the younger generation in the current heavenly martial arts realm." Overnight, the entire Songhua city was filled with killing intent. The cultivators of Luochu Chamber of Commerce swept through the city one by one and settled the 9 chambers of commerce that had separated from Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Those who should be killed were killed, and those who surrendered were surrendered. They didn't encounter much resistance. Other than the powerful martial sovereigns, all the other chambers of commerce were as silent as cicadas in winter. They were worried about their own safety. All kinds of intelligence reports were sent to their respective chambers of commerce at every moment, and many people discussed their future countermeasures. But Yunxiao had a good rest. When he came back to his senses the next day, a ray of sunlight shone into the city, and the whole city began to boil with excitement after his arrival. The 2 pieces of news were like sunlight, quickly spreading through the streets. The first reason was that Tianyuan Trading Company was resentful for attacking others for no reason. With the approval of Myriad Treasure's store and several core members of the Business Alliance, the Empyrean One Pavilion would punish them. The second piece of news came from the 4 Extremes sect. Tang Xian, who had always been regarded as the wisest person among the younger generation in the Merchant Union, had sent out an invitation to invite Yunxiao, the city lord of Yanwu from the southern region, to the Fragrance Pavilion. The Fragrance Pavilion was the tallest viewing pavilion in Songhua City. It had a panoramic view of the entire city and was the property of the 4 Extremes sect. It was a good place to play the flute, play the zither, recite poetry, and paint. Tang Xian liked this kind of view very much and the feeling of having the world in her heart. "I've spread Yunxiao's identity throughout Songhua City according to Young Master's order. Now, they have revealed their true colors, and the Empyrean One Pavilion has also communicated with Myriad Treasure Store, and they are ready to attack Tianyuan Trading Company." On the top floor of the Fragrance Pavilion, Tang Xian was boiling water and making tea. She listened to the report of Hidden Dragon behind her and smiled with satisfaction. "Will he become a chess player and appear in the game of chess with an identity that I think highly of? Or will he be a clown and be destroyed after a few jumps? Let's see if he can survive this test." Hidden Dragon's body was completely covered in a black robe. He said in a deep voice, "This Li Yunxiao seems to have some background. 2 titled martial sovereigns came to Yanwu that day, and as far as I know, even people from the Holy Region went there. Young Master, you must not underestimate him." Tang Xian didn't take it seriously. The spring water boiled and soaked in the fresh tea leaves, giving off a touch of fragrance. What happened in Yanwu is related to the collapse of Mount Meru, one of the 4 great celestial realms. Naturally, it will trigger the sacred zone. As for the arrival of the 2 titled martial sovereigns, there are many secrets behind it. Let's not make wild guesses lest we mess up our plans. But in any case, in Songhua City, I don't care who Li Yunxiao is, whether he's a dragon or a tiger, he has to lie down for me. Hidden Dragon nodded and said, "He's just the lord of a city in the southern region. I don't think he can make any waves. The invitation has been sent. Now that Yunxiao's identity has been exposed, I'm afraid they might not even dare to come." "I'm sorry," Tang Xian said with a smile. "If he doesn't dare to come, I'll be disappointed. By Yunka, who is worthy of being called an uncle in the ancient times. Listen to the fragrance, boil water, drink tea, and flip the palm of a stormy sea." Hearing the laughter and poetry coming from outside the pavilion, the space twisted and 2 men slowly appeared. They walked in the air, and waves spread out under their feet, like the waves of a calm lake being blown. The 2 of them slowly walked into the building, and Yunxiao sat down without any hesitation. He took the tea made by Tang Xian and drank it in one gulp, then smiled and said, "Young Master Tang Xian, you're overthinking." Tang Xian was taken aback and carefully looked at the 2 men. Yun Xiao and Mo Xiaochuan's demeanor was extraordinary, and there was a faint celestial air about them, which made her look a little dwarfed. A trace of displeasure appeared on Tang Xian's face, and she said coldly, "One move, raging waves flipping palm. What a powerful bull's skin. Comparing yourself to me, you're overestimating yourself." Hee hee. Yun Xiao chuckled. "Tang Xian, I'm just trying to make you proud. If you don't want it, I don't mind putting you under my palm." Tang Xian was taken aback. Looking at Yun Xiao's free and easy look, she found that he did not seem to be joking, nor did he look like a brainless retard. However, how could anyone with a little bit of rationality say such shameless words in front of him? He was stunned for a while before he laughed. "A mere native from the southern mountain range dares to criticize the country in front of me. It's a joke. I'd like to see how you're going to suppress me with a flip of your palm." His words grew colder and colder, and the atmosphere in the pavilion gradually became more and more tense. A sharp gleam flickered in Yun Xiao's eyes as he said with a smile, "It seems that strength speaks the loudest. Since you want to be beaten, I have no reason not to fulfill your cheap request." Yun Xiao gently patted the table, and the boiling water immediately shot into the air. It spread out but did not spill. Instead, it slowly condensed and turned into a mini water dragon, roaring and biting at Tang Xian. "It's just a small trick. A mere one-star martial emperor is no different from an ant in front of me." Tang Xian threw a cold punch into the water dragon, which immediately broke into a pool of tea. "What?" Tang Xian was slightly surprised. The tea that had been shattered into a dragon shape by him not only didn't dissipate in the air, but it rotated in the air and gradually expanded, becoming bright like a film opening. Finally, it formed a water ball that was going to surround him. Although Hidden Dragon's expression could not be seen clearly, a divine light flashed across his black robe, and he seemed to be extremely surprised. "Interesting, but a technique is still a technique. Don't you know that one man can overcome 10 men? Tang Xian snorted coldly, as if she was very upset that she couldn't break her opponent's technique with one move. A green light appeared in her hand, and a small white ball emitting a soft light appeared in her palm. It suddenly turned into thousands of needles and scattered in all directions. The ball of tea was finally riddled with holes and began to spill out unnaturally. Yun Xiao chuckled and gently knocked his fingers on the table. The tea, which had lost all its spirit energy, seemed to gain strength again. It condensed into a water phoenix in the air and flew up again. Tang Xian was furious and shouted, "Are you done?" A ball of flame suddenly burst out of his hand and condensed into a fire fist, which he threw at the water phoenix. Heat waves rippled over the fragrance pavilion, and the pot of tea was finally completely evaporated, no longer existing. "Hee hee, Tang Xian, I'm just playing with you. Do you need to be angry? It's a pity that this pot of good water can't be drunk." Yun Xiao chuckled, and his casual look shocked Tang Xian. Wasn't the attitude of smiling at the wind and clouds, pointing out the country, and casually toying with the opponent what he had always pursued? It should have appeared in him, but why did he see it in the other party's figure, and he became the one being toyed with? Tang Xian was secretly angry that she was suddenly at a disadvantage in the contest of demeanor, but she also restrained her contempt and her face became a little gloomy. "I want to see you," Yun Xiao said faintly. "I don't want to beat you, but to cooperate with you." Tang Xian laughed. "Haha, you're just a native of the southern region. What qualifications do you have to talk about cooperation with me?" The southern mountain range had always been known as a place where even birds would not take a shit. All the major forces had never been too lazy to set foot there. For tens of thousands of years, no one had heard of any experts coming from the southern mountain range. Therefore, the martial artists of the southern mountain range were often ridiculed as natives. Yun Xiao looked at him as if he were a fool and sneered. "I'm giving you face by saying that we'll cooperate, but to be frank, I'm asking you to do it. As for qualifications, it seems that someone intentionally destroyed the teleportation array back in Yufeng City to prevent Li Feiyu from returning to Songhua City. I happen to have some evidence in my hands." "Oh, there's such a thing? How come I didn't know about this?" Tang Xen directly pretended to be stupid and said coldly, "Are you threatening me? How credible do you think your evidence is? And will Myriad Treasure Store make things difficult for me because of your little evidence?" Yun Xiao stretched out 2 fingers unhurriedly and said, "Second, are you interested in Tang Jie's experience in the Demon's Land?" Tang Xian's heart trembled. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she said coldly, "What does his business have to do with me? Do you think I have to worry about how my good-for-nothing big brother disgraces himself outside?" Yun Xiao chuckled and said, "Tang Xian, who is known as the wisest person among the younger generation in the Merchant Union, is really an undeserved reputation. I thought that it would be easier for smart people to speak, but it seems that I've found the wrong person. You have no right to cooperate with me." Yun Xiao stood up and was about to leave, but Tang Xian's face changed and she said angrily, "I haven't finished my words. How can I allow you to come and go as you please?" Hidden Dragon's figure moved, and immediately a black chi began to circle around the fragrance listening pavilion. The bright and sunny building suddenly became chilly. Mo Xiaochuan's expression changed, and a rare look of solemnity appeared on his face. He seemed to be very afraid of the Hidden Dragon. The bones of his right hand cracked as he clenched his fist, and a powerful sword chi emanated from his right hand. The sword chi's pressure radiated out from the building and pressed against the black chi. A huge spiritual energy fluctuation enveloped the area. Tang Xian looked at Mo Xiaochuan in surprise, and an armor vaguely appeared on her body to protect her from the impact of the secret battle between the two. Yun Xiao, however, remained calm and composed in the huge fluctuation of spirit energy. "Tang Xian, I had too high expectations of you before, so I'm very disappointed now. If you're still so stupid, then you'll be the next one to be eliminated." Tang Xian's face was extremely ugly, and her eyes were flickering as if she was struggling. He raised his hand to signal Hidden Dragon to stop and gritted his teeth. "Li Yunxiao, I was a little rude just now. How about I have someone make some more fragrant tea and let's talk again?" Yunxiao chuckled and said lightly, "I'll give you one more chance. You'd better not disappoint me." Tang Xian suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart. This was a situation that he had never been in for so many years. He was always the one scheming against others, but he had never been schemed to death by others. Yunxiao's words had hit the biggest doubt and hidden danger in his heart, which was what had happened to Tang Jie during his trip to the Soft Song Woodland. He could not find out anything no matter what. The heavy atmosphere gradually eased, and a pot of spring water was soon boiled again. The fragrant tea leaves were gradually brewed, and Yun Xiao drank it very comfortably. "Li Yun Xiao," Tang Xen said with a gloomy face, "what on earth did Tang Jie experience in the Demon Plain? I've also found out that you were also in the Demon Land at that time, and you seem to have experienced the entire process." "It's nothing," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "Similar to the rumors outside. It's about Noah's ship." "What?" Tang Xian was shocked, and even Hidden Dragon's body trembled. The flashing eyes in the black robe showed that it was extremely difficult for him to calm down. Tang Xian's face was so ugly that water was about to drip out, and she said word by word, "Then Noah's ship really appeared? Who has it now?" Yun Xiao took a few sips of tea slowly before he put down the teacup. His leisurely look made Tang Xian want to cut him off with a knife. "Hold on. Someone is eavesdropping," Hidden Dragon suddenly shouted. His skinny arm pointed out of the building, and a cold light cut a black line in the space. It frighteningly cut the space hundreds of meters away. The surrounding space collapsed toward the isolation area, and the entire fragrance pavilion tilted in an instant. Bang! A crisp sound reverberated through the air as Hidden Dragon's spatial rend was blocked. It was followed by a constant buzzing sound, as if some kind of profound level weapon had been shaken by the attack. It kept making a vibrating sound, which was so loud that it made people's ears ring. At the front of the black crack, an object appeared in the space. It was shaking continuously. Everyone's eyes narrowed. It was a gold coin. What surprised everyone even more was that the gold coin was the most ordinary and real gold coin, not some profound level weapon. To be able to use a gold coin to block Hidden Dragon's attack, It was clear that this person was extremely powerful. The gold coin was bent and buzzing from the impact. A man's arm appeared out of thin air, and with 2 fingers he grabbed the coin. It stopped the trembling of the coin, and the man said, "This gold coin can buy a lot of tea eggs. Who will compensate me?" The air twisted and swayed faintly, and 2 figures stepped out from it one after another. The man with the gold coin in his hand followed behind, wailing as he held the gold coin. "Third uncle, stop it. Don't let them laugh at us." The person in the lead had an imposing appearance as he reprimanded. He looked over from a distance, ignoring Tang Xian and fixing his eyes on Yunxiao. With a provocative look, he said coldly, "We meet again, Li Yunxiao." Tang Xian's pupils shrank and she looked at the stranger. She was shocked and said, "Revered martial artist, Chen Wudi, it said that you obtained a 7-constellation realm Dao fruit in the demon plains. So it's true, and you actually broke through a major realm in one go." Tang Xian's gloomy feeling of being ignored by Chen Wudi was immediately swept away after seeing the other party's cultivation, and her eyes showed a heavy look. The person who came was Chen Wudi, and his aura was completely different from before. He snorted and laughed. It was all thanks to Li Yunxiao's help. It's just a small matter. His gaze also became sharp as he said, "But what I regret the most is that I directly retreated from the demon's land, so I missed the birth of Noah's ship. Li Yunxiao, I'm also very interested to know what the situation was like at that time." The words Noah's ship seemed to be filled with endless magic, making everyone in the fragrance pavilion look serious and nervous. "You still owe me 1.1 billion medial-grade primordial stones," Yunxiao said with a smile. "If you want to hear a story, you'll have to pay up first." Chen Wudi's face flashed with pain, but he remembered that he had relied on the Dao fruit of the 7 constellations to comprehend all the martial intent of the martial royal realm. With the accumulation of a large number of natural treasures, he had directly reached the peak of the martial royal realm. Then, the experts in the sect had joined forces to enlighten him and open up the path to the martial honored realm. In this case, Yunxiao's contribution to the Dao fruit of the 7 constellations was great, and the 1.1 billion mid-grade primordial stones were indeed worth it. With that in mind, Chen Wudi had nothing to be stingy about. He took out a storage bag and threw it to Yunxiao. 1.1 billion mid-grade origin stones. A trace of envy flashed in Tang Xian's eyes and she snorted, "Brother Wudi, 1.1 billion mid-grade primordial stones for a 7-constellation Dao fruit. You've really struck it rich." Chen Wudi ignored him and said coldly to Yunxiao, "Cut the crap. What's with that Noah's ship?" Tang Xian was rejected and ignored again. She suddenly felt extremely ashamed and sullen, and said angrily, "Chen Wudi, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you have advanced to martial honor. You are just a mere 1-star martial honor, let alone me. Even my good-for-nothing big brother can easily kill you." Chen Wudi looked at him with disdain. "He claims to be the best at stratagems, but in our eyes, he's just a jumping clown and an evil person. Only by constantly increasing his own strength and charging towards the peak of the martial Dao was the correct path that would never change. On this point, you're far worse than Tang Jia. You coward!" Anger appeared on Tang Xian's face, but she forcibly suppressed her anger and said coldly, "Good, good. Chen Wudi, Tang Xian, will remember what you said today. You will see the consequences in the future." Tisk! With a disdainful look on his face, Chen Wudi ignored him and turned to Yunxiao. "Speak. Tell me everything you know in full detail." Yunxiao smiled as he watched the two argue, then said, "It seems that the two of you really want to know." Chen Wudi and Tang Xian both frowned. They didn't know what he meant, but they nodded. "Very good." Yunxiao clapped his hands and laughed. "Since you all need my help, it'll be easy." Chen Wudi was stunned, his face turning green as he sneered, "I knew you wouldn't be so easy to talk to. What do you mean I need your help? Do you think you can leave this place alive if you don't make things clear today?" As his words turned cold, the atmosphere in the pavilion became tense again, as if a fight was about to break out at any moment. Yunxiao took a sip of tea and said with a smile, Brother Wudi, young Master Tang Xan was as hot-tempered as you just now. Let's sit down and have some tea to cool down. As for whether I can leave this place, you don't have to worry about that. Instead, I'm worried about Tang Jie's current situation. Both of you are extremely ambitious people, so don't be eliminated unknowingly. Qian Wudi said coldly. No matter what you say, don't even think about getting any benefits from me. I'm just asking you, did Tang Jie get Noah's ship? Yun Xiao looked displeased, and the tea in his hand immediately cooled. Brother Wudi, it seems that our little friends can no longer have fun together. Let's not talk about this matter, goodbye. Humph, you can play with Tang Xian with this trick. Any trick is useless in front of me. Qian Wudi spread out the power of his domain, and with a flash of golden light in his hand, he formed a seal and threw it at Yun Xiao. Li Yun Xiao, I'm also very curious about what level you've reached, and whether you're still qualified to fight me. Qian Wudi's sudden attack caused the situation to become tense. However, his third uncle behind him was still playing with the curved gold coin. From time to time, he would glare at Hidden Dragon, blaming him for destroying his own coin. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaochuan stood coldly in the air. He even stepped back to give them space to make a move. As long as the martial emperor powerhouses did not make a move, there was no need for him to make a move. Tang Xian was even more excited to watch the show. She retreated to the side and observed carefully, hoping to find out the true strength of the two. Yun Xiao's expression remained unchanged, as calm as ever. He did not care about Qian Wudi's seal, and with a flip of his palm, he gathered the wind and clouds to block the power of the seal. Tang Xian's pupils constricted. Yun Xiao's one-star martial emperor cultivation base had actually surpassed a major realm to suppress his opponent, which shocked her greatly. Not only him, even third uncle, who seemed to have nothing to do with Hidden Dragon, was attracted by this. Qian Wudi naturally knew Yun Xiao's power, so he was not surprised at all. He snorted heavily and changed his hand seal. Under his control, the golden light condensed into a blade beam and cut through Yun Xiao's wind and cloud palm. Yun Xiao was still calm and composed. He made a few strange gestures with his hands and gently clenched 2 fingers to catch the saber beam. At that moment, the faces of Third Uncle and Hidden Dragon changed drastically. The power of the laws of heaven and earth had vaguely flowed under Yun Xiao's 2 fingers. Although it was weak, it could not escape their eyes, and they were shocked. Qian Wudi was also shocked. He had thought that he would be able to suppress Yun Xiao after advancing to martial honor, but now he found that the power of the domain had no effect on him. Instead, the force between Yun Xiao's 2 fingers made his heart palpitate. Retreat! Damn it! Qian Wudi scolded in a low voice, and the saber beam instantly turned invisible and vanished under Yun Xiao's fingers. I didn't expect that your strength would still impress me after we parted at Mount Meru. Naturally, he was unable to suppress his opponent in an instant, so there was no need to continue this battle. Qian Wudi was also clear that unless he used up all his trump cards, it would be very difficult to suppress his opponent. He wasn't even sure if he could suppress his opponent if he used all his strength. More importantly, he didn't want to reveal his strength. So, can we have a good talk? Yun Xiao laughed. Qian Wudi nodded and recited, You've already proven that you have the qualifications. Tell us, how do you want to extort us? As long as it's not too outrageous, we'll do as you wish. These words were said in an extremely carefree manner, but it also made people who heard it feel very strange, making people frown. Yun Xiao said with a wry smile, Brother Wudi, you don't have a conscience. The benefits that the Tao fruit of the 7 constellations brings you far exceed the value of what you have paid, and this time is no exception. The inside information I know will also bring you far more benefits than what you have paid. Seeing that the fight had stopped, Tang Xian couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She sighed and said, Let's just be direct. Does young Master Yun like to talk nonsense? Hee. Yun Xiao chuckled and said, Well, the conditions are very simple. Since you're already aware of my identity, you should also know my stance. I'll definitely protect Tianyuan Trading Company. But because you've announced my identity, Tianyuan Trading Company is now in the eye of the storm. You two must help me solve this matter. Tang Xian frowned. It's your own misdeeds that caused the current crisis of Tianyuan Trading Company. What does it have to do with me? Don't use this to blame me. Yun Xiao gently tapped the table and said with a faint smile, it's no longer important how the current crisis is caused. What's important is how to solve it. This is what you need to do in exchange for Tang Jie's information. Impossible. Qian Wudi coldly spat out these 3 words and mocked. Tianyuan Trading Company is now facing the revenge of Tianyi Pavilion, and it has the tacit approval of Myriad Treasure Store, which is almost the attitude and stance of the entire merchant union. If we show up, the whole merchant union will be completely divided into 2 distinct factions, which will deepen the internal conflicts of the merchant union. The consequences will be hard to predict. Tang Xian also nodded. That's right. This matter is too important. Let's talk about other things. AI. No. Yun Xiao shook his head and sighed. Is it the heaven that is destroying Tianyuan Trading Company? In fact, the poor Tianyi Pavilion is just being used by others. If they knew that Luochu Chamber of Commerce has long been out of their control and is now under your command, I wonder if they would still have such high enthusiasm to deal with Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Xian coughed heavily a few times, showing a reproachful look and reprimanded. Young Master Yun, what you're saying is completely baseless. I don't know where you heard it from, but you can't be so irresponsible with your words. Small news. Yun Xiao smiled and said, the remnants of Luochu Chamber of Commerce are still in my hands. They all said so in unison. You coward! Tang Xian was furious. If Luochu Chamber of Commerce was under his control, and after Wu Jinzuan's death, the spy was also taken back, there would be no evidence left at all. But if Yun Xiao ordered the Luochu Chamber of Commerce to speak in unison, the Empyrean One Pavilion would have to believe it even if they did not want to, and they would be in even greater trouble. I don't know which wicked person spread such irresponsible news, he said angrily. It was impossible for the 4 Extremes sect to fight against the Empyrean One Pavilion, but young Master Yun's demeanor today had deeply impressed her, and Tang Xian wanted to make friends with young Master Yun. How about this? I can secretly lend you some of my power to help you fight against Empyrean One Pavilion. This is the limit of what I can do. Qian Wudi sneered. Brother Tang Xian, you're really forthright. Am I, Qian Wudi, not worthy of your friendship? Why don't you lend me some strength? Tang Xian was already very angry, feeling that she was being eaten up by Yun Xiao step by step, and this feeling was extremely unpleasant. At this moment, she was even ridiculed by Qian Wudi, so she said in a cold voice, if young Master Wudi likes it, I don't mind bringing the elites of the 4 Extremes sect to visit your money sect. I think you'd better think about how to help Tianyuan Trading Company survive this disaster. Yun Xiao said. Otherwise, you don't have to ask about Noah's ship, the heaven and earth chessboard, and the almighty demon. What? And it's related to the king-level master's heaven and earth chessboard and the monster race. Tang Xian looked extremely embarrassed, and there was an irrepressible depression surging in her heart. She seemed to have thought of something and could no longer calm down. She gritted her teeth and said, the 4 Extremes sect will do its best to take care of the Tianyuan Trading Company. Tell me everything that Tang Jie encountered in the demon's plane without missing a word. Don't worry, young Master Tang Xian. Yun Xiao nodded. Since I've come to you, I'm naturally going to get everything out of you. I wonder how Brother Wudi is doing. I'm not interested in the heaven and earth chess game or the demon race, Chen Wudi said coldly. I just want to know where Noah's ship is now. Yun Xiao chuckled as he stood up, cupped his fists and said, if you're interested in my story, you can stay at Tianyuan Trading Company and wait for my good news. You can get the information you need from me, so I'll take my leave. Today, the young talents of the Merchant Union have really doubled the pressure on me. There are so many talents in the heaven martial arts realm, but I'm going to be eliminated. Haha. He threw his head back and laughed before he and Mo Xiaochuan transformed into a ray of light and disappeared. Hidden Dragon's figure moved slightly and wanted to chase after him, but he was stopped by Tang Xian, who said with a gloomy face, let him go. Even if he catches up, he won't be able to get more information. Young Master, this person is too scheming. I've never seen him before. Long said in a deep voice. Moreover, when he attacked just now, it seemed that his strength was far from what it seemed on the surface. I'm afraid that this person will be a great opponent in the future. Tang Xen looked at Chen Wudi and said, Young Master Wudi, what should we do about this? What else can we do? Chen Wudi said coldly. We have to do as he says if we want to get information from him. Yun Xiao was indeed Yun Xiao. He had not changed at all from when he was in Mount Meru, and he had even become more arrogant. However, all of this has nothing to do with me. What I seek is absolute strength. In this world, some people were your friends if you used them well. If you didn't use them well, you would become your enemy. Tang Xian, you've always thought that you're smart, so you should understand this. Third uncle, let's go. I have something to do when I get back. Let's go. Chen Wudi called out, and his third uncle's figure twisted at the same time, directly dissipating from the fragrance pavilion. Tang Xian watched the two leave coldly. Her eyes suddenly became serious and her face was extremely ugly. Young master, are we really going to be manipulated by that Li Yunxiao? Hidden Dragon found it hard to accept and said unwillingly, I suggest we capture him directly. I don't believe we can't get the information we want. Tang Xian's face was gloomy and she said slowly, It's too risky. The Tang tribulation is very important to me. Everything was under control at first. He only went to the demon land, but I couldn't figure him out after he came back. Moreover, he had some mysterious people helping him, who were probably the demons Yunxiao had mentioned. If I'm not wrong, the price he paid to find the monster race was a large amount of cultivation resources. Last time, I asked the elder in charge of resources to check and found out that the various natural treasures and primordial stones flowing to Tangjia are actually hundreds of times more than before. Hundreds of times. How could the sect allow such a shocking number of them to be used? Long was greatly shocked. Could it be Zhenjin? Tang Xian said coldly, Well, that's what I'm worried about. I'm afraid that he has already gotten father's approval, so he can allocate resources at will. However, if he wanted to get his father's permission, what kind of trump card did he, Tangjia, have? Was it really Noah's ship? Although the possibility of this speculation is not high, we have to be careful. If he is really recognized as the master of Noah's ship, then we will be in big trouble. As his analysis went deeper, he became more irascible. He continued, There's also the throne heaven and earth chessboard that Yunxiao mentioned just now. Mr. Hidden Dragon, you should know that my biggest reliance now is the throne. If there are any variables in this, I will completely lose my father's support. Even with your help, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to compete with Tangjia. So, Yunxiao's information is not only of utmost importance to me, but it is also a matter of life and death. Hidden Dragon was also shocked when he heard this and said awkwardly, So, we've been tricked by this kid and have to block Empyrean 1 Pavilion's disaster for them? Tang Xen said gloomily, Well, speaking of this, Tang Xen, deserve it. Wu Jinzuan has always been my man, and Empyrean 1 Pavilion is just a big fool. From now on, pay close attention to the movements of the Empyrean 1 Pavilion. If there are any signs, immediately send people to support Tianyuan Trading Company. I must get that information no matter what. The two of them quickly disappeared from the air above the fragrance listening pavilion, leaving behind the fragrant tea that was gradually turning cold. All of a sudden, a figure gradually emerged on one of the pillars. His face was expressionless, and all kinds of runes flickered around him. When his body gradually solidified, he finally walked down from the pillar and his eyes fell on the stone bench Yunxiao had sat on before. Yunxiao, what's his relationship with Gu Feiyang? Or is he Gu Feiyang? The man's face was gradually revealed. He was the third elder of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, Yuan Bo. His eyes were cold and sharp as he paced back and forth in the pavilion, muttering to himself, Based on my understanding of him, it does seem like his style of doing things. Moreover, that person is indeed Mo Xiaochuan. Is Li Yunxiao Gu Feiyang? Yuan Bo's face was unusually grave, and he was also extremely excited. He muttered to himself, If it's really Gu Feiyang, then is the agreement with the Myriad Treasure Store still in effect? This matter involves too many people, and we can only be sure after 100% confirmation. I've obtained some useful information from this trip to the southern region, so it's not appropriate for me to meet with this person for the time being. As for the Noah's ship, Yuan Bo pondered for a moment, then muttered to himself, Gu Feiyang is still alive. Noah's boat, the almighty of the demon race, and the heaven and earth chessboard. All of these are earth-shaking events. The situation is getting more and more complicated. I won't meet with Cui Bo and Shen Yutong for the time being. I'll think about it after I've sorted out everything. I'm the third elder of the Myriad Treasures store, yet I still eavesdropped on these young people's gatherings. If this were to spread out, I'd really have no face to continue living on the continent. Fortunately, I've obtained so much useful information, and I didn't do this degrading thing in vain. With that said, his figure flickered and gradually faded in the air before finally disappearing. Yun Xiao and Mo Xiaochuan turned into beams of light and shuttled unscrupulously over Songweiyang City. There were many experts in the city, and the situation was extremely complicated, so very few people would fly so arrogantly. Mo Xiaochuan scoffed. These spies are so fucking annoying. Why don't I go and kill a few of them? That'll save us from being scanned by divine sense all day long. He's just working. I understand. Yun Xiao seemed to be in a very good mood. He soon entered the base of Tianyuan Trading Company and landed. The entire Chamber of Commerce's station had a huge spiritual sense shielding array activated to prevent others from detecting them. Generally, it was safe after entering. Young Master Yun, Mo Xiaochuan said, you're always smiling. Are you so confident that the Four Extremes sect and Money sect will come to help? In fact, if you reveal your identity to the Myriad Treasure store, it won't be difficult to find help with your relationship with them back then. Yun Xiao smiled. Qian Wudi of the Money sect is devoted to martial arts and pursuing greater power. He has nothing else in his heart. It's indeed not easy to make use of him, but he had the obsession of martial arts, and Noah's ship was the best primer. As for Tang Xian, he had too many concerns and distracting thoughts. He might be able to become a hero of a generation, but it was difficult for him to reach the peak of martial arts and become a peerless martial emperor. Although this person is very scheming, he has many requests. Compared to Qian Wudi, he is much easier to make use of. Mo Xiaochuan smacked his head and said, these businessmen are always up to something. They're not like normal sects. They fight when they want to fight. They kill and punish decisively. Simple and clear. This is what it means to be born in the martial world, Yun Xiao said with a smile. You can't help yourself. Therefore, the peerless experts were usually not the overlords of a region or the leaders of a sect. Instead, they were the experts who were hiding in the heavenly martial arts realm and cultivating wholeheartedly. The so-called 10 great martial sovereigns were merely people driven by fame and fortune, seeking superficial fame. There are still too many hidden dragons in the abyss, unknown to the world. Mo Xiaochuan chuckled. It's not in your nature to be humble, young Master Yun. If you don't want the title, you can give it to me. I've been dreaming about getting on the billboard. Suddenly, a cold snort came from somewhere. Humph, you want to be on the billboard? You're daydreaming. Get past me first. As a powerful fist force broke through the air, the entire surrounding space seemed to collapse to the extreme at this moment. It gathered on the fist that broke through the air, and the power of rules flowed out rapidly, as if there was only the fist shadow left in the whole world and nothing else. Mo Xiaochuan's pupils constricted and his eyes shone brightly. Only the fist's wind grew bigger and bigger in his eyes. That punch was not only filled with the power of rules and Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens, but it was also filled with an endless fist intent that contained an extremely high level of martial intent. Oh, a Wufu who can use such a punch. The wind from the fist grew more and more violent, and the entire space was about to collapse. However, Mo Xiaochuan did not seem to mind. Instead, he smiled and said softly, this simple fist only knows how to use this move back and forth. You've always been at the bottom of the pack. Even someone as stupid as you has become a martial supreme. Mo Xiaochuan raised his right hand gently and a sea of swords instantly spread out, forming a ball of sword qi around him. It stood alone in the world that was shimmering with fist radiance as if it had opened up its own world. Since when did everyone become able to issue a martial emperor's permit? Humph! What's the use of talking? So what if you entered a few seconds earlier than me? You'll still have to obediently die under the might of my fist. The cold voice was filled with disdain and contempt. Arrogant! Mo Xiaochuan sneered. It's been a long time since you've been hit. It seems like your skin is itching. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm afraid you'll forget who's the senior brother and who's the junior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, the ball of sword chi suddenly transformed into dozens of golden lights that flashed around Mo Xiaochuan's body and gathered in his right hand. The shadow of a sharp sword appeared on his right arm, and as his 5 fingers slowly clenched into a fist, the shadow of the sword flickered and suddenly sucked in all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the surroundings. It became so dazzling that it was difficult for people to open their eyes. The fist intent and the sword light clashed with each other in the world of Tianyuan Trading Company's encampment. The supreme realm of martial intent rippled out, making all the people of Tianyuan Trading Company look at the small courtyard in horror. They kept quiet out of fear and even stopped breathing under the pressure, not daring to make any noise. The news we received today is that young Master Yun is a native of the southern region, and not some golden edge or silver light. He actually deceived us. What should we do? Without the golden edge and silver radiance of Tianyuan Trading Company, the Empyrean One Pavilion will be furious now. We won't become cannon fodder, will we? In my opinion, it's better to strike first and fight for a chance of survival. We don't want to wait for the chariots of Empyrean One Pavilion to come and crush us. We still have that native's restriction on us. How do we attack? Aren't we afraid that the restriction will activate and completely destroy our Dantian? Humph, how powerful can the seal placed by a native of the southern region be? As long as we make a contribution with our strength, the Empyrean One Pavilion will definitely take us in. At that time, it will be easy to find someone to remove the seal for us. I think this method is feasible. There were no other experts in the entire Tianyuan Trading Company except for the martial sovereign next to young Master Yun. They're just bluffing. If we don't act soon, we'll really become cannon fodder. 3 martial sovereigns of the Luochu Chamber of Commerce were conversing in secret. Yunxiao's identity made the 3 feel ashamed and angry, but also frightened. He was ashamed and angry because he was fooled by a southern region native who he had always looked down on. He was also frightened because he had offended many chambers of commerce under the command of that native. Behind those chambers of commerce were members of the Council of the 7 Merchant Alliances, and they probably had a lot of grievances. Since that's the case, let's live and die together. It's a deal. Moreover, this matter should not be delayed. I think we should do it today. One of them was conjecturing with a solemn expression when his pupils suddenly shrank. Not only him, but the other 2 also felt a powerful and unparalleled martial intent spreading out. The power of the fist radiance and the sea of sword chi made even them, martial sovereigns of the 9 heavens, feel their hearts palpitate, and their souls trembled violently at this moment. What's going on? Are the people from Empyrean One Pavilion coming? The 3 of them hurriedly rushed out in horror, wanting to see what was going on. In the small courtyard, the fist aura that had filled the sky had been broken by the sea of sword chi. The fist intent was forced to retreat under the sword aura and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Kid, open your eyes wide and see clearly. Junior brother will always be junior brother. He will only be taught a lesson and beaten. Mo Xiaochuan laughed as he raised his right hand and was about to slash down. Under the powerful fluctuation of power, Yunxiao's body flickered with a golden light, and the initial state of the imperishable golden body appeared. However, he still felt that it was difficult to resist the powerful deterrence, and he could not help but retreat. When he saw Mo Xiaochuan raise his hand smugly, a sharp look flashed across his face. He shouted, "Stop!" Although the voice sounded weak, it was very useful. Mo Xiaochuan snorted softly and put his hand down. He retracted the sword gleams around him into his arm with a disdainful expression. "I don't care if the young emperor is dead or alive. Yunxiao snorted heavily. But the entire base of Tianyuan Trading Company will be completely destroyed, and all our plans will be scrapped. Woo-woo, master. It's indeed you, old man. A burly figure came out of nowhere and dropped to his knees in front of Yunxiao, then cried and kowtowed. Master, you're really not dead. That's great. Yunxiao was in a great mood when he saw his disciple, whom he had not seen for a long time. Get up. You're a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens after all, a regiment commander, and a big shot with tens of thousands of underlings. Mo Xiaochuan scoffed. Master has already told me about you. You're a martial supreme, yet you still need Master to personally guide you. You're so stupid. Also, Master, his underlings are all bandits. You call them big shots? Then wouldn't I be a peerless figure? An unparalleled figure, a figure of the ages. Xiaohuang Haolian was helped up by Yunxiao. Looking at Yunxiao's young face, he pinched it with one hand and cried with joy. Woo-woo, master. You've already become like this. Xiaohuang is really not used to it. Yunxiao slapped his hand away and scolded him with a smile. You're all calling me young Master Yun now, so it's not appropriate for me to disclose my identity yet. Yes, young Master Yun. Yes. Young Emperor Haolian hurriedly nodded. And Xiaochuan, it's been a long time since I last saw you. I thought you were dead. I was so happy for nothing for a long time. Cheap. Mo Xiaochuan laughed as he kicked Hao Huang mercilessly. Hao Huang dodged the kick and was sent flying more than 100 meters away. Looking at the two brothers, Yunxiao was also very happy. Martial arts was a road of no return, and there was the possibility of falling at any time. If one continued to move forward along this road and could still see the people closest to one's heart still healthy after reaching the peak, that would be the happiest thing. What? Suddenly, Yunxiao sensed something. He turned around and saw a pear blossom tree in front of the courtyard had been shattered by the spirit energy fluctuation just now. White pear blossoms were scattered all over the ground, and a shy woman stood on top of it, dressed in a snow-white, spotless dress. Yun. Young Master Yun. Xianxia. Yunxiao. Yunxiang's heart fluttered for no reason when Yunxiao looked at her, and she hurriedly stuttered to greet him. She used to be a hero among women, and everyone in Galan Academy respected her like a tiger. But after learning Yunxiao's identity, she became a docile and pleasant cat trainer. Women were made of water. The stubbornness and persistence in their hearts were only for waiting, and they were gentle for you. You're here too. Yunxiao only said softly, We just caused a big commotion and I'm afraid that many people have been alarmed. Let's go inside and talk. Let Ling handle the things here. Mo Xiaochuan's heart skipped a beat as he looked up into the sky and said coldly, Who's there? Come out. The sky soon shook, and the 3 martial emperor powerhouses from Luochu Chamber of Commerce appeared. All 3 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. One of them said resentfully, We felt a strong movement and thought something had happened. It's nothing, Yunxiao said. It's just 2 of my men sparring out of boredom, and I've stopped them. You can leave now. Yes. The 3 of them shifted their shocked gazes from Mo Xiaochuan to Xiaohuang Haolian. Their hearts were beating like drums. Wasn't there only one martial supreme? Why was there another one? Was this kid really a southern mountain range native? Were there any 9 heavens martial sovereigns in the southern region? Their minds were filled with question marks, but they did not dare to stay for long. They left in a flash, but the rebellion that they had originally planned seemed to have never happened. The 3 of them had a tacit understanding and no one mentioned it again. Ding Ling had quickly settled the matter between Haolian and Mo Xiaochuan. When she told everyone that the experts of Golden Edge and Silver Ray had come, the crowd, who had begun to feel uneasy after learning of Yunxiao's identity, regained their composure. The 5 of them found a meeting hall and sat in a circle with Yunxiao in the center. They were all the closest people to him. Both Xiaohuang Haolian and Yunxiang looked a little excited and nervous, with joy on their faces. Didn't I tell you to hide in peace? Yunxiao said harshly. Why did you suddenly appear? It's like this, sure, young Master Yun. Xianxia and Xiaohuang Haolian also felt a little awkward calling her by this name, and it took him a while to get used to it. He explained. Miss Ding had originally arranged for us to disguise ourselves as guards of Songyang City's City Lord's estate and patrol the vicinity of the Four Extremes sect all day long. Recently, we discovered some interesting things and wanted to find out more. But who knew that your identity would be exposed, young Master Yun? Miss Luo couldn't help but rush over to see you. Yunxiang's face turned red instantly, almost purple from embarrassment. Young Emperor Haolian, you're so wicked. That's definitely not the case. I didn't want to come here, she hurriedly explained. The others all looked incredulous. Yun Xiao coughed awkwardly and said, Cough, cough, city guards? Song Yuyang City also has a city lord's mansion? Yes, Ding Ling said with a smile. It's usually to maintain order in the city. It's a lucrative job. It was appointed by the Merchant Union, but he still had very little contact with the Merchant Union. After all, it was not up to the table. He also knew that his strength was limited for the 2 meetings this time. He basically stayed in his residence all day and did not come out to meet people. It's very easy for me to arrange a line of guards. Of course there's money, young Emperor Haolian shouted. I'm now the captain of the guards, and I've already earned thousands of primeval stones in just 10 days. I have a much better future than being a mercenary in the soft song forest. Everyone was taken aback, and Yun Xiao asked in surprise, So profitable? Ding Linger laughed. Songyue City is the best commercial city in the world. Although the merchants all have extraordinary backgrounds, the City Lord Mansion is the city manager arranged by the entire commercial union. We have to give them some face and build good relations. Harmony makes money is the most important thing for merchants. Hee hee, young Emperor Haolian chuckled and said, I've been wandering around the Four Extremes sect station all day and managed to hook up with a few maidservants. TSK. This Four Extremes sect really knows how to choose their maidservants. All of them have tender skin and big breasts. Cough, cough. The main point. Mo Xiaochuan stomped his foot and almost kicked him. He chided, The 2 madams are here, you better be careful. Ding Ling and Luo Yunxiang were both a little embarrassed. As the king of mercenaries, young Emperor Haolian's ruffian character that he could not change made them feel extremely awkward. Haha, I almost forgot. Serious business? Let's talk serious business. Young Emperor Haolian restrained himself a little and said seriously, Young Master Yun, have you ever been to Death God Palace? I've noticed that they've been quite active near the Four Extremes sect recently. I also heard from the servant girl that the Four Extremes sect has been infiltrated and assassinated several times, and the target was Tang Jie. Oh? Death God Palaces by and cold sweat oozed out of Yun Xiao's forehead as he immediately thought of Yuan Sun. They're doing this to save someone, to save that Yuan Sun. Young Emperor Haolian was shocked. He immediately gave a thumbs up and praised, as expected of young Master Yun. I was able to analyze the entire situation just by providing some information. Who is this Yuan Sun? Yun Xiao had a strange look on his face as he briefly told her about Yuan Sun. Frowning, he said, That's strange. Why did Tang Jie and those big demons capture this person? Everyone's face turned pale as they heard this, and they had goosebumps all over their bodies. Xiao Huang Haolian slammed his palm on the table, looking disgusted. If I had known that he was so abnormal, I would have killed him in the demon plains. He really caused endless trouble. Any man who falls into his hands would be better off dead. Cough, cough. Stop it, Ing Luo. Mo Xiaochuan could not help but feel nauseated. Where is this person now? Why don't we send him to hell together? Yun Xiao shook his head and said with a wry smile, Let's put this matter aside for the time being. Young Emperor, continue to pay close attention to the movements over there. Although the Death God Palace is not a big sect, they are ruthless in their actions and can be considered a tricky force. It's good to let them cause Tang Jie some trouble. Young Master Yun, young Emperor Haolian said with a grave expression, I won't return to the public security guards. I'll stay by your side to protect you. I heard that Empyrean One Pavilion and Myriad Treasure Store are going to attack you. Everyone's expression turned grave as they discussed this. Ding Ling said worriedly, I feel that the people of Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce are ready to make a move. Even the chambers of commerce that are attached to us are restless today. I'm afraid that the birds and beasts will scatter when the chariots of the Empyrean One Pavilion come. Yunxiao sneered. This is a test for them. Don't forget that I still have the Divine Realm Tablet, a supreme-grade mystic artifact. At the very least, everyone can hide in it and leave. There's no need to be afraid of any enemy in Songhua City. Haha, you should have said so earlier. Why don't we go out and kill some people when we have nothing to do? Young Emperor Haolian laughed. Then we'll hide and kill them until they have no temper. Let's see who's still playing with us. Yunxiao's face darkened. How's the matter in the Lightsong Forest? He asked. What about it? Did you cure that high brat's illness? Young Emperor Haolian nodded and said, with his physique, as long as he has Emperor Qi, he can suppress it. That kid also wanted to come with me this time, but I stopped him. Oh right, I cleaned up the entire forest before I came here, so there's only one mercenary group left. He said it very indifferently, as if it was an insignificant matter. However, all of them knew that there was a storm of blood behind this. How could a mercenary city that had been in chaos for hundreds of years be so easily gathered? Yunxiao frowned. You've already stepped into the realm of the Emperor of Nine Heavens. Don't do those boring things anymore. Focus all your attention on cultivation and try to break through to the peak as soon as possible. Yes. Young Emperor Haolian responded and chuckled. I've just been in Mercenary City for too long, and I've done what I wanted to do for so many years. It's actually quite boring. After you enter the Great Emperor Realm, your goal will be to ride on the righteousness of heaven and earth and resist the 6 Qi to travel endlessly, Yunxiao said seriously. Everyone go and rest. I'm afraid there'll be a tough battle tomorrow, he said, looking tired. Yes, young Master Yun. Xiaohuang Haolian and Mo Xiaochuan's expressions turned serious. As they accepted the lesson, everyone left to rest. After Ding Ling made arrangements for them, she was not in the mood to cultivate at all. She sat in the courtyard in a daze and seemed to have something on her mind. Yunxiao entered the Divine Realm Tablet and began to cultivate quietly. He had extorted a large amount of primordial stones from all over the place, and he no longer lacked resources in the short term. The only thing he lacked was time. Don't you want to tell your 2 disciples about what happened in the Tiandang Mountains? The demonic dragon appeared and asked. Yunxiao frowned. I still have a lot of doubts about what happened back then. Besides, they can't help us at all with their current strength. Now that I have this Divine Realm Tablet, everything will be clear when I recover my strength. The demonic dragon nodded. It's good that you know what to do. I don't want what happened back then to happen again. I'm still counting on you to refine a body for me. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly smiled and said, hee hee. I've thought of a new application of Yuan Gaohan's Starlight Soul body, which will be of great benefit to you and me. The demonic dragon's body trembled as he said nervously, What the hell are you thinking of again, kid? I'm telling you the truth. If you use me as an experiment again, I'll definitely fight you to the death. Yunxiao ignored his warning and reached out with his palm. He was in charge of the rules in the Divine Realm Tablet, so how could the demonic dragon escape? It was caught in his hand and fused with his soul, roaring and roaring continuously, threatening him. Don't roar, Yunxiao shouted. I'm working on a new idea. When I used the soul battle technique to merge you into my soul, I thought of a brilliant idea. I can directly condense a Starlight Soul body and separate you into a clone. In this way, I can directly raise the strength of my clone to the same level as my main body. When the 2 Xianxios cast the technique at the same time, their strength will be doubled. The demonic dragon gradually quieted down after hearing his explanation. However, he still asked worriedly, How feasible is it? How confident are you? The matter of the soul is related to one's life, so we can't be careless. Yunxiao chuckled and said, I'm not sure. It's just a sudden thought. How can I know if I don't try? The demonic dragon suddenly felt a surge of energy flowing into his body. It was the power of the starlight. He cried out in horror. You should at least think about it and have a theoretical basis, right? Or should he go and study it with Yuan Gaohan? Hey, are you even listening to me? You can't do this to me. The dragon's cry grew weaker and weaker, and suddenly, starlight emerged from Yunxiao's body. He performed a few incantations with both hands, and a ball of starlight gradually separated from his body. This ball of light was very different from the previous ones. It was not a light yellow like the starlight, but mixed with green, and there was a dragon shape within. The light shadow contained a huge amount of energy, and it kept changing in front of Yunxiao, trying to take shape. Any difficulties? Yunxiao's face flickered as he shot out a few beams of light from his fingertips, drawing a symbol in the air and shooting them directly into the ball of light. Immediately, starlight flickered, and Yunxiao's face gradually emerged. Yunxiao was stunned, and so was the starlight soul body when it looked at him. It was now in the form of a demon, with 2 horns on its forehead, green scales all over its body, and faint dragon chi fluctuations. This by an, am I Li Yunxiao or the demon dragon? The starlight soul muttered to himself in a daze. Yunxiao also had goosebumps all over his head as he said, "It's still not mature. Let me study it a few more times. But the only thing worth rejoicing about is that the soul power exuding from your body is indeed at the 7th rank. At least half of it has succeeded." The starlight apparition scratched the back of its head and laughed. "Haha, really? It didn't feel that bad. But where did the demonic dragon go? Could it be that I've transformed it? Or am I the demonic dragon?" Yunxiao was sweating all over when he heard that. He said in a hurry, "Let's go back to my body first. This experiment is making me feel weird." With a casual point of his finger, the starlight soul body stretched out a finger as well. As the 2 fingers collided, the starlight soul body immediately turned into a beam of light and disappeared into Yunxiao's body. What's the problem? Yunxiao sat down in the air and began to think carefully. If the starlight soul body can advance to the 7th step with the demonic dragon's power, and I'm already at the 7th step, I should be able to reach the 8th step after combining. Old Yuan seems to be in closed-door training as well, helping me to practice my swordsmanship and achieve invisibility. I hope that I can produce 2 more swords as soon as possible. At least I can form the lowest level sword formation. By then, I can easily kill even a martial supreme. I don't care anymore. I have to do my best to improve my cultivation. Yunxiao threw away all distracting thoughts, threw out a large number of Southern Fire golden crystal sources, and began to cultivate. The next day, the first light of dawn shone on the earth. The entire Xianxia city was in an uneasy atmosphere. Everyone knew that something big was going to happen today, so the morning was particularly quiet. Break through the hidden latch in one breath. Yunxiao suddenly opened his eyes, and a stream of primordial energy condensed in his body. In an instant, he broke through the barrier and broke through to the 2 stars martial emperor realm. A golden seal flashed in his hand, and he disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, he appeared in the secret room, and an oppressive aura spread in the surroundings. Humph, they have been creating this panic for a long time. I wonder who is in charge of the Empyrean 1 pavilion, but it doesn't matter who it is. Yunxiao's figure flickered and he was outside. Ding Ling and the others had already gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Young Master Yun. As soon as she saw Yunxiao, her solemn face immediately melted away, and her melancholy was swept away. Is there any movement from the Empyrean 1 pavilion? Yunxiao's eyes swept over the crowd. The others were not as relaxed as Ding Ling, especially the people of Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce, who all turned their heads away, not daring to look at him. Ding Ling shook her head. I haven't seen anyone yet. But all the chambers of commerce around our base have moved away, afraid that they will be implicated. Very good. Then we'll expand our territory a little, Yunxiao said with a smile. We'll swallow all these things that have been moved away. The Empyrean 1 pavilion is a war chariot, but so is our Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Ling you've been low-key for too long, and those mountain cats have long forgotten the power of a tiger. This time, many people are waiting to see a good show. It's time to break their unrealistic fantasy. Yes, young Master Yun, you have the final say. I was afraid that Empyrean 1 pavilion wouldn't come at the last minute. So let's organize a group of people and kill their way to Empyrean 1 pavilion. Young Emperor Haolian looked like he was eager to fight. Everyone's face darkened. If the Empyrean One Pavilion didn't have to come, everyone would burn incense and pray to the gods. However, this fiend wanted to come to their door and die. They were all covered in cold sweat. Mo Xiaochuan snorted coldly. You'll just be a target for them if you charge into Empyrean One Pavilion. It's not a big deal if you die, but it's a big deal if you embarrass young Master Yun. Just as everyone was feeling uneasy, a thunderous voice exploded in the sky, shaking the entire area. Who is the manager of Tianyuan Trading Company? Come out now. The entire Songyue city was shocked. Everyone looked into the distance. The location of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce would definitely become the focus of today's attention. Even the situation of the 7 magnates of the merchant union would change today. This variable involved the hearts of countless merchants, and it would directly lead to the interest structure of the entire continent for the next few decades, or even hundreds of years. It would affect the heartstrings of countless people. Is this the prologue before the start of the martial arts and magic competition? If Tianyuan Trading Company falls, who will take its place? In Myriad Treasure Store's encampment, Cui Bo looked into the distance, deep in thought and with some anticipation. Let's talk about it after today. It's still too early to talk about the fall of Tianyuan Trading Company. Maybe there will be an unexpected turn of events. The second elder Xian Yutong's yellow face was expressionless, as if he didn't care about the changes in the merchant union. Cui Bo was curious and chuckled. Oh, Elder Xian seems to have a different opinion, but when Su Danhe met with us yesterday, she was determined to completely destroy Tianyuan Trading Company. I really can't think of any other way for Tianyuan Trading Company to turn the situation around. Could it be the Golden Edge and Silver Radiance? However, according to our intelligence, that force has never appeared again since Ding Ling came to power. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse, Xian Yutong said indifferently. Su Danhe is too arrogant. The matter of the 7 heroes of the merchant union had to be decided by the current situation, not by his own will. However, if he really has the ability to eradicate Tianyuan Trading Company, it's a good thing. We might as well help him in secret. That's right, Cui Bo chuckled. If Tianyuan Trading Company falls, the 7th seat will be ours. He narrowed his eyes and slowly said, or from now on, it's not impossible to have 6 council members. It's always good to have one less share of power. The sky above Songyue City was completely different. It was clear for thousands of miles, but layers of dark clouds appeared around the encampment of Tianyuan Trading Company, giving off an oppressive feeling as if a storm was coming, making it hard for people to breathe. They're here. Ding Ling was taken aback, and her slightly relaxed heart tensed up again. After all, it was a matter of life and death for Tianyuan Trading Company. No matter how much she trusted Yunxiao, she could not help but feel nervous at the moment. Yunxiao's expression turned serious as he shouted coldly, "Who's making such a ruckus outside? A clown is not fit to meet our acting president. If you want to meet him, ask your manager to send a letter first. If my acting president is in the mood, he can consider meeting him." "Haha, you don't know what's good for you. How arrogant." Person appeared in the air and shouted loudly. A cubic profound level weapon in his hand came crashing down. That profound level weapon continued to expand in the air. It was really a cube without any carvings. It was precisely because of this that the cube seemed to be a special gravity magic weapon and was used to smash people. It was like a mountain falling, and the entire sky came crashing down. The formation restriction above Tianyuan Trading Company was shattered upon contact with the profound level weapon. The power of the profound level weapon did not decrease but grew stronger instead, as if it was going to flatten the entire encampment. "Haha! Let's see who's the real clown." The figure in the sky gradually revealed himself and laughed wildly. "My profound level weapon cube is infinitely heavy. Even a mountain will be crushed into pieces. Let's see how you can resist it." Yunxiao's face was filled with surprise as he said, This is a good thing. Its entire body is made of thunderbolt steel, but it's a pity that it was damaged by someone. It's only at level 8, but it's still not bad." He waved his hand, and the Divine Realm tablet also turned into a small mountain in an instant. If the surrounding practitioners knew that this profound level weapon that he was using as a hammer was a transcendent grade profound level weapon, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. The incantation gesture in his hand flashed, and the infinite heavy power of the earth spread around the Divine Realm tablet to form a domain, and the gravity in the domain shrank at a terrifying speed. The figure in the air revealed a sneer. The Divine Realm tablet was covered in flowing light, as if it was made of jade. Even if it was a 9th-tier profound armament, it wouldn't dare to face his cube head on like this. Even if it wasn't smashed, it would still be greatly damaged. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out the moment the two profound level weapons collided. The entire space was instantly shattered, and it felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the universe was splitting apart. All the people in Xianxia City were shocked by the huge sound of the impact. They looked at each other in horror and thought, "Is it starting?" When the square was hit, the martial artist in the sky felt an extremely strong counterforce from his profound level weapon, which directly affected his mind. The chi and blood in his body shook, almost bursting out of his body. What's going on? The martial artist was shocked. This feeling was completely caused by the great shock of the profound level weapon, which was connected to the mind, which would cause the owner to suffer a backlash. At this moment, the surroundings were dark and there was a broken void everywhere. All kinds of negative energy filled the world. For a moment, he could not sense the state of the cube at all. Just as he was in shock, an ice-cold voice rang out by his ear. "Your profound armament is very good. I will not be polite and accept it." "Ah, you coward!" The cultivator was shocked and hurriedly threw a punch towards the source of the sound. He was a martial honor, yet he did not notice when the other party had come to his side. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. "It's useless. Today, I'll use you as an example to the others." Xianxia's figure began to turn blurry under the punch. Then he turned into a shadow and disappeared. The cultivator was shocked and quickly became vigilant, afraid that a sneak attack would suddenly appear from somewhere. All of a sudden, his heart trembled as he saw a blood-red moon emerge in Xianxia's eyes. His spiritual altar was instantly broken, and although it was only for a moment, it was enough to kill him. A cold light flashed in Xianxia's hand, and the northern heaven cold star sword broke through the opponent's defense. With a whistling sound like the wind, the tip of the sword pierced into the opponent's heart. "Your strength is not bad, but it's a pity that you're on the wrong side." That was Xianxia's last word to him. Then he turned the sword in his hand, and the sword chi instantly dispersed. The warrior's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist in an instant, leaving only his head behind. With a casual slap, a spear appeared in Xianxia's hand and pierced through the head, sending it flying into the distance with the bloody head. The shattered sky slowly began to recover on its own. Soon, all the black holes disappeared, and the sky returned to its original clear state. However, the oppressive atmosphere from before had also been swept away. Under the huge earthquake just now, the surrounding buildings had all been crushed into powder and no longer existed. Not far away, the people of the Empyrean 1 pavilion were shocked. Before they could understand what was happening in the sky, they saw a spear with a head coming from a distance and stabbing in front of them. With a PA sound, the head exploded in front of everyone. The brain matter scattered all over the ground, and an extremely thick smell spread. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces turning pale as an uproar broke out. "Your Excellency, this Tao Wu is too much of a bully." In front of the people of Empyrean 1 pavilion, the warrior's head exploded like a watermelon, which immediately ignited everyone's anger, as if they had been provoked by a lower-class person. The flames of anger burned fiercely, and they all asked for permission to fight. The restriction of Tianyuan Trading Company was broken, and a large number of houses were destroyed. Ding Ling and the others appeared in front of everyone. Compared with the anger and arrogance of Tianyi Trading Company, the people of Tianyuan Trading Company were extremely nervous and the atmosphere was heavy. "Ding Ling, you dare to kill my people?" Everyone from the Empyrean One Pavilion stood in the middle, and Su Danhe was sitting on a throne. Her whole body was livid with anger, and she couldn't believe it. She gritted her teeth and said, "You are indeed malignant. The Merchant Union doesn't need malignant tumors like you." His eyes were full of killing intent, and his cold voice spread out as he shouted, "Kill them all. Don't leave a single one." He had made up his mind to completely eradicate Tianyuan Trading Company this time. He had planned to follow the old rules and show his stance and reason with them, but now it seemed that he had been overthinking. Su Danhe's eyes were burning with passion. The history of the Merchant Union was about to change at this moment, and she was writing the times. Since that was the case, then all of them should just die. Ren Guangjuan and Li Feiyu, as the representatives of the 10,000 Treasures building, also came. The two of them looked at each other and saw the deep worry in each other's eyes. From Myriad Treasures Store's point of view, Tianyuan Trading Company could be suppressed, but it would not disappear at this moment. The two of them had even made plans to deal with it. At least, they would try to keep the empty shell of Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce and use it as a bargaining chip when the board members were redivided. However, they did not expect that the people of Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce would be so radical and kill without saying anything. As a result, it was now a completely one-sided situation, and it was difficult to deal with it. With a shout, the Empyrean One Pavilion and many affiliated chambers of commerce all rushed forward with murderous intent. Although they didn't have thousands of troops and horses, they were all powerful warriors. Their aura burst out, and the fluctuations even reached outside the city, changing the color of the sky. The crowd of Tianyuan Trading Company retreated in horror under this momentum. They felt bitter in their hearts, thinking that they had chosen the wrong side and were afraid that they would be annihilated today. If they had known this would happen, they would have chosen to join others. "You won't die if you don't seek death." Ren Guangjing looked at the group of people from Tianyuan Trading Company who were waiting to be slaughtered like chickens and couldn't help but sigh. Li Feiyu frowned. The shock caused by the two profound level weapons was too great, so he could not see how the Martial Supreme had died. The only thing he was sure of was that he had been killed by Yunxiao. He would find it hard to believe that Yunxiao could kill a martial venerable with his strength, and there must be some reason he did not know. But at this moment, when the people of the Heavenly One Pavilion rushed up, he could not see the slightest fear on Yunxiao's face. Not to mention fear, he did not even panic. What's going on? Could it be that he has a plan? Li Feiyu was suspicious. Other than the martial sovereigns, the rest of the martial sovereigns had genuine panic and fear on their faces. It didn't seem like they had any trump cards. "You scumbag of Tianyuan Trading Company, pay with your life. Don't blame me for destroying a flower today. I'm going to take this flower, one of the two goddesses of the Merchant Union. How dare you go against my Empyrean One Pavilion? You should be prepared to die." The group of martial artists roared. All of them were in high spirits. The strongest among them were only two martial supremes. The main force of Empyrean One Pavilion was not among these people. They were all warriors transferred from the affiliated Chamber of Commerce to test their loyalty and save their own combat strength. In this kind of large-scale gang battle, they would send their minions and cannon fodder first. However, the martial artist who used the profound level weapon cube was from the Empyrean One Pavilion, which was the reason why Su Danhe was so angry. However, in everyone's opinion, these cannon fodders were enough to destroy Tianyuan Trading Company. Even the minions thought so. "First Elder Su, please spare me. The three of us are from the Luochu Chamber of Commerce and were forcibly abducted by the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. We have no choice but to obey their orders. Elder Su, please save us from this disaster." The three martial emperor powerhouses from Luochu Chamber of Commerce exchanged a look with each other before they suddenly rose into the air and rushed toward the Empyrean One Pavilion. "Yes, I've also heard about the three of you." A rare smile appeared on Su Danhe's face as she said, "My Empyrean One Pavilion won't mistreat you for forsaking the darkness and joining the light. But now, you have to show me some determination and action." The expressions of the three of them changed slightly. They knew that what Su Danhe wanted was their proof of loyalty. Their faces immediately revealed a determined look, and they shouted, Thank you, Elder Su, for forgiving us. Now, the three of us will be loyal to Empyrean One Pavilion with all our hearts. We will bring Ding Linger's head to you. The three of them stopped flying in the air and immediately turned around. Together with the other subsidiary forces, they turned around and rushed over with excited expressions. The three of them were secretly full of praise and self-joy for obtaining a chance of survival in the face of death and even making a great contribution. At this moment, the people of Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce were in even more despair, and the other people of Luochu Chamber of Commerce didn't have the mood to sit still and wait for death. They all shouted that they wanted to abandon the dark and join the light. However, Su Danha's words made them completely despair. I can still accept a martial sovereign from the ninth heaven if he joins us. However, you pieces of trash, you've chosen the wrong side. Death is the only path for you. Kill all of you. Leave no one alive. Under Su Danha's brutal orders, Tianyuan Trading Company and its vassals, as well as the remaining martial artists of Luochu Trading Company, all stopped their fear and their eyes flashed with determination and desperation. The killing intent in Yunxiao's eyes grew stronger and stronger. When the three martial sovereigns rebelled, he did not show much expression, as if he had expected it. But when he heard them say that they were going to take Ding Linger's head, an uncontrollable killing intent spread out from the bottom of his heart and condensed into a faint purple mist around him, as if it was about to materialize. Even Mo Xiaochuan and Haolian Xiaohuang were taken aback by Yunxiao's murderous aura. They clicked their tongues, knowing that the three men's words had touched Yunxiao's bottom line. Xiaochuan, let me see how strong you've become since you left me back then. Suddenly, Yunxiao said in an indifferent voice, I hope you won't let me down. Mo Xiaochuan's heart skipped a beat. A strong fighting spirit shot out from his eyes. His entire being was like a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed, causing everyone to be shocked. What? All the martial sovereigns' hearts skipped a beat as they turned to look at Mo Xiaochuan. The unparalleled fighting spirit that had erupted from his body in that instant had triggered the martial spirit in everyone's heart. Mo Xiaochuan's lips curled into a smile as he replied softly, Young Master Yun, just watch. No one but Haolian realized that he had addressed Yunxiao with honorifics. After so many years of cultivation, I will definitely not let Master down. A voice rang in Mo Xiaochuan's heart. He let out a long breath and looked up at the boundless sky. He ignored the large group of minions that were coming at him and took a light step forward. Bang! Although it was a light and unremarkable step, just like an ordinary mortal step, it seemed to be stepping on some kind of rule. All the warriors in the Nine Heavens realm were shocked, as if the foot was not stepping on the ground, but on their hearts. With this, everyone revealed looks of surprise and doubt. That step was too ordinary, so ordinary that it was wrong. After that step, Mo Xiaochuan, who had been like an unsheathed sword, had completely concealed his aura. No martial essence could be detected from his body. He was like an ordinary mortal who had lost his luster. Young Emperor Haolian's heart skipped a beat. The light in his eyes suddenly contracted as he watched Mo Xiaochuan's every move. Sword! Mo Xiaochuan raised his right hand and let out a soft cry. Immediately after, a weak sword chi spread out from his body. It spun slightly and became stronger and stronger. A sea of sword chi suddenly appeared, and his right hand became somewhat transparent in the sea of swords. A profound level weapons rhythm that made people tremble spread out from his palm, condensing into a small vortex that slowly expanded. Su Danha's pupils contracted as she stared at his palm. A green sword tip that looked like a spring bamboo shoot gradually emerged and slowly took shape. What kind of sword is this? At the same time, the martial sovereigns who were present were all shocked. They looked at the sword in shock. As the sword grew longer, the sword chi whirlpool became more and more intense. The sea of swords, which was suppressed by everyone's aura, continued to grow stronger under the sword whirlpool. It was a sign that one person could fight against an army of thousands of people. Clang under everyone's shocked gazes. A long sword with a green edge was completely spat out from Mo Xiaochuan's right arm. The long sword flashed with light and the runes disappeared. Mo Xiaochuan's right hand formed a sword finger and guided the Qingfeng sword to spin out a few rays of sword light. He held it horizontally in front of him and let out a strong buzzing sound. The power on the sword was like the center of a wave, setting off a restless cyclone that kept blowing outwards. The cultivators who had rushed forward were shocked. Under this kind of sword chi cyclone, the fear of death emerged. A feeling of unparalleled strength welled up in their hearts and began to spread uncontrollably. Especially the three martial emperor powerhouses, their faces turned pale. In this sea of sword chi, it was not right to rush up, as that would be courting death. It was also not right to not rush up, as Su Danhe was still watching from behind. If things went wrong, it might be courting death as well. An ancient aura came from the green blade, as if it was praising the bloodthirst and slaughter that had happened for tens of thousands of years. There were also strange symbols condensed from golden light that constantly flashed and disappeared with the ancient aura. The sword has a spirit. Ren Guangyao was the first to exclaim in shock. It's a profound level weapon that has inherited the weapon spirit. He's only a 3-star martial emperor. To what extent can he control it? Elder Su, ask everyone to retreat to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. This person can only be restrained by an elder. Su Danhe frowned and snorted. He's just a 3-star martial sovereign, so what if he has a spirit weapon? It's just another treasure for Empyrean 1 Pavilion. Elder Chiu, can you take him down? Don't worry, great elder. I'll take his head and stomp it to death in front of Ding Ling, or I'll return his life to them. An old man stepped out from behind Su Danhe. He was wrapped in linen clothes and had a face as clear as jade. His eyes were filled with killing intent and coldness. He shouted and rushed into the sea of sword chi. Even if it's just a grain of rice, shine. As he rushed in, the sea of sword chi began to become chaotic. The originally calm sea surface began to rise and fall, creating magnificent waves. Elder Chiu snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with contempt. He was not afraid of the cyclone of sword chi at all. He waved his fists in his chi sea several times, directly disrupting the cyclone of the sea of sword chi, and turned it into an irregular force that collided in the air. This time, it was even more dangerous for the warriors in the sea of sword chi. They were so scared that they kept retreating. They escaped from the sea of sword chi, but in an instant, dozens of people retreated and looked from afar, not daring to take a step forward. Mo Xiaochuan watched Elder Chiu's actions coldly, and a disdainful smirk appeared on his face. Childish. His right hand pointed at the green blade, and with every point, a strange symbol would appear. The symbol turned into a light that rose into the sky and gradually disappeared. At the same time, he muttered, evil, permission, joy, hate, love, sound, touch, split open. As he said the word, open, the Qingfeng sword, which was emitting a terrifying aura, split into two in front of Mo Xiaochuan with a clang. The left sword was extremely hot, like the sun, while the right sword was extremely cold, like the ice and the moon. The two sword chis of different attributes merged together and formed a Tai Chi fish. The entire sea of sword chi that had been disturbed was sorted out once again, forming two distinct types of extreme yin and extreme yang sword chi. They chased each other without beginning or end, endless and derived, changing and spreading out. Elder Chiu's expression changed drastically. His Emperor Chi of the 9 heavens was suddenly suppressed at this moment. His Emperor Chi circulated slower and slower under the two sword chi, as if it was difficult to trap it. Not good, this sword intent can actually evolve. Great thousand world. Whirling transformation. 1,000 hands, 1,000 leaves God fist. Elder Chiu did not dare to be careless anymore. He used his unique skill of birth and peace. With his arms as the foundation, he instantly turned into thousands of fist shadows. It was like an ancient Shura tree, falling leaves in the light and forming its own rules. This set of fist technique contained the supreme reincarnation of plants and the rhythm of the passing of time. Back then, he had sat under an ancient tree and meditated for nearly 100 years before he could control it to this extent. His entire person seemed to have become a region of his own, independent of the world. Yunxiao's eyes were filled with surprise as he praised, What a free and easy rule of martial intent. It's a pity that this old man isn't worthy of it. At this moment, there was no other sound except for the bleak sword intent and the sound of the wind. When Yunxiao's words reached everyone's ears, they frowned and gave him a look of disgust and disdain. Everyone had the same thought. You're just a martial emperor junior. Don't judge others if you don't understand. Most of the souls under the sword are due to overestimating their own strength. Arrogance and underestimating the enemy are the eternal death knell. Mo Xiaochuan's cold voice rang out as he drew his sword. The two green blades suddenly began to spin, and a terrifying power, like mist and lightning, transformed into an aurora sword radiance under his control. It was as if the entire world was drawn into this sword and there was nothing else in the world other than this sword. This sword swept across the sky, shaking both the past and the present. This sword contained all of Mo Xiaochuan's power, the strongest martial intent he had comprehended. The mortal world gazes at Ing Hao Yue, the first form of the 1,000 feet noble art. Mo Xiaochuan had already used this move countless times. Even at this moment, he was still practicing the moves one by one. There was no opponent in his eyes, and only his lonely figure was left in the world. However, the moment he thrust the sword, a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. It was like the scene in front of the god-eliminating cave outside Black Iron City decades ago. Let me go, let me go! Mo Xiaochuan struggled with all his might. His blood-stained knees and his white bones were exposed. He had long been exhausted, but at this moment, he mustered up strength from God knows where and desperately beat the man named Gu Feiyang in front of him. It was because he knew where the man was going to take him. It was the tomb of the Mo family, and he had never heard of anyone coming out alive. You want to kill me? I don't want to follow you. Mo Xiaochuan watched as the land of death drew closer and closer, and a sense of helplessness and fear welled up in his heart. He thought of his father, Uncle Wanfeng, and his brother. He couldn't help but want to cry, but he held it in. He struggled with all his might, hoping to break free from this man's demonic grasp. Enough! Gu Feiyang landed in front of an ancient cave, which was dozens of miles away from Black Iron City. For these experts, it would only take a blink of an eye. Bang! Gu Feiyang did not show the slightest bit of pity for Mo Xiaochuan, whose legs were almost broken. He slammed him directly into the cave wall, causing a sharp pain to shoot up from his spine. You begged me to take you away. Otherwise, do you think I would want a piece of trash like you? Mo Xiaochuan felt as if his internal organs had been shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and slid down from the wall. A thick trail of blood appeared behind him, but he could not see it. He could only feel a few crushed rocks falling on him. You please let me go. I don't want to die. I want to become stronger. I want to become a strong man like my father. Mo Xiaochuan bore with the excruciating pain and struggled to stand up from the ground. However, his legs were so severely injured that they were unable to support his frail body. He trembled violently and finally fell to the ground again. But he still didn't give up. Once again, he used his hands to support his body, trying to stand up, because he felt that a man should stand at all times, and the more injured he was, the more upright he had to stand. Gu Feiyang just looked at him coldly and suddenly spat at him. Bah! The spit hit Mo Xiaochuan's forehead with a smack, causing him to flip 360 degrees in the air and land heavily on the ground. He felt as if his spine was about to break, and the pain numbed his entire lower body. You're going to kill me. You're a bad guy. I won't let you off. Mo Xiaochuan's spine was almost broken, and he could no longer feel his lower body. He could only use his two hands to constantly grab the ground. He grabbed a stone and threw it at Gu Feiyang's body. Well, this little trash has a backbone. Gu Feiyang snorted coldly and said sarcastically, You piece of trash, you're not even as good as my phlegm. What's the difference between you and trash? You said you were going to kill me. I was so scared, woo-woo. Mo Xiaochuan gritted his teeth in anger. He threw everything he had grabbed at the man and said fiercely, Although I can't kill you, I will never be defeated by you. At least I can hate you. If I have the chance, I will definitely kill you. Gu Feiyong's eyes turned cold and he snorted. You'll never have a chance with your trashy looks. Not to mention you, even your father can't kill me. But that's good, you're going to see your father soon. When you're in the Yellow Springs, cry and let your father protect you. Mo Xiaochuan was shocked and thought to himself, no, I can't die. I still have to avenge my father and protect my brother Huayuan. Although the person in front of me is a bad person, he's extremely powerful. Even the ancestral elders aren't his match. I can't let him kill me, and I must learn all his skills. I begged you to take me out because I wanted you to take me in as your disciple, not because I wanted you to kill me. You're my father's friend, Mo Xiaochuan yelled. You can't do this to me. Gu Feiyong kicked up a stone from the tip of his foot, which grazed Mo Xiaochuan's forehead. Mo Xiaochuan cried out in pain as a gash immediately appeared on his forehead, and blood flowed out. What are you doing? You pervert, you want to torture me to death, don't you? Mo Xiaochuan's eyes were spitting fire as he gritted his teeth. It was rumored that many experts in the realm of heavenly martial arts had all kinds of perverted hobbies. Some liked to play with lolis and some liked to abuse boys. He thought that the person in front of him must be the latter. I just want to tell you that the weak have no right to speak. Gu Feiyong snorted coldly. Not to mention the right to speak. I don't even have the right to live or die. Just like you now, your life and death are up to me. He threw a small bottle to Mo Xiaochuan's side and said, apply the medicine inside to the wounds on your body, and then get into this hole. Mo Xiaochuan's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. You're not going to kill me? If you can't see me die in this cave, would you feel any pleasure? Gu Feiyong's mouth was wide open in shock. Looking at Mo Xiaochuan's innocent face, he suddenly realized that he could not bring himself to be ruthless. He laughed bitterly and scolded. Trash just loves to talk nonsense. If you don't enter the cave in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I'll cut off your flesh bit by bit, break your bones, and then cover you with honey to attract ants. Mo Xiaochuan's body trembled when he heard this and he broke out in a cold sweat. Even his spine, which had lost all feeling, suddenly felt a chill. He was so frightened that he kept trembling and his teeth chattered. You are really, really vicious. Gu Feiyong took out an incense stick from somewhere and smoke rose from it. He said, it's almost finished. Ah! Mo Xiaochuan's eyes widened and he said anxiously, Dissing Luo, you're cheating. How can you burn incense like this? The incense that Gu Feiyong took out did not light one end. Instead, he tapped a string of flames with his fingertips and burned the entire incense at the same time. It was about to burn out in the blink of an eye. Gu Feiyong looked at him with pity and said coldly, in any case, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I will throw you in regardless of whether you have recovered or not. You demon! Mo Xiaochuan's entire body trembled. He hurriedly picked up the bottle and found some paste-like substance inside. Without a second thought, he started to apply it on his back and knees. He couldn't see his back, but the white bones on his knees were already exposed. When his hands touched the white bones, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, he couldn't feel his lower body, so even if his hands touched the bones, he didn't feel any pain. He suddenly let out a soft sound of surprise. After applying the medicinal paste, he began to feel his broken bones. Even his knees were growing back at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were actually about to recover. Spirit herb. This must be a spirit herb. Mo Xiaochuan was overjoyed. He immediately jumped up from the ground in joy. But soon, he was shocked and his heart turned cold, because he saw Gu Feiyong's mocking eyes and the incense on the ground that had just finished burning. Gulp! Mo Xiaochuan swallowed his saliva and said in embarrassment, Can you let me eat something? I don't have any energy left. I don't have much time to spend with trash like you, Gu Feiyong said coldly. Go into the cave and see if there are any poisonous mushrooms or other things that can satisfy your hunger. Maybe there are poisonous snakes or bats that you can catch and eat. Mo Xiaochuan's eyes were filled with despair as he pleaded, I beg you, please don't let me in. This is the Mo family's death zone. No one has ever been able to come out alive. Some clan members who had been sentenced to death were sent to this cave. If they could come out, they would be exonerated from all their crimes and would be forgiven. However, I've never heard of anyone who could come out in my life. Gu Feiyang scorned. Your entire life? Only a few years? If you continue to be so long-winded, I'll cut off your flesh. Mo Xiaochuan backed away in fear and said bitterly, All right, but at least give me a sword. I can protect myself if I encounter a venomous snake or something. Yes. Only then did Gu Feiyang agree readily. He grabbed at the air casually, and dozens of stones in the distance exploded with a bang. More than 10 rays of light gathered in his hand. Mo Xiaochuan's eyes widened as he looked over. He saw a ball of white liquid continuously condensing above the man's palm. It quickly became smaller and smaller until it finally condensed into the shape of a sword. Gu Feiyang flicked his finger lightly, and the sword stabbed right into Mo Xiaochuan's feet, causing him to retreat in fear. Mo Xiaochuan collected himself and pointed at the sword. You made this kasaya on the spot? This is just an ordinary iron sword, not even a profound-level weapon. How can I use it to kill the enemy? Trash like you are only fit to use trash swords like this, Gu Feiyang said coldly. I won't give you this sword if you say one more word. Mo Xiaochuan knew that this person was a pervert. He hurriedly covered his mouth and used his other hand to pull the sword from the ground with great effort. However, he realized that it was not as heavy as he had imagined it to be. He couldn't have cut corners in this sword, right? Otherwise, how could it be so light? Forget it, it's better than nothing. After Mo Xiaochuan applied the paste-like medicine to his wounds, he realized that his strength was starting to recover. He picked up his iron sword and waved it around a few times. Since that's the case, I'll go in. Will you be following me and protecting me at all times? Gu Feiyang frowned and looked at him coldly. What do you think? Well, I definitely won't. Then I'll go in. I hope I can come out alive. When that time comes, you must teach me martial arts. Mo Xiaochuan said very seriously. His pair of pure and flawless eyes looked straight at Gu Feiyang without the slightest hint of fear. Gu Feiyang's heart moved, as if he was touched by his innocence, persistence, and courage. However, he still put on an indifferent expression and snorted. We'll talk about it after you come out alive. His figure flickered and disappeared from Mo Xiaochuan's sight. Mo Xiaochuan knew how powerful Gu Feiyang was. Although he had disappeared, he was definitely hiding somewhere and keeping an eye on him. If Mo Xiaochuan took the opportunity to escape, Gu Feiyang would not let him off. When he thought of this, he could only brace himself and raise his iron sword. He continuously gave himself courage and walked into the god-eliminating cave. His star-like eyes watched the weak figure disappear into the cave. He sighed and muttered to himself, Although your aptitude is mediocre, you have a quality that others don't have. I wonder if the heavens are willing to give you a good fortune. If you can come out, I will take you to the peak of this world. Mo Xiaochuan snapped out of his thoughts from the ethereal youth, and a pure smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart as he muttered to himself, I'm so grateful. Thank you, Master. On this road to the peak, I've always followed your back, never stopping. I want to learn your sword scripture, the few moves that you used against the ancestor. Please teach me. No need, those few moves are sword essence I created myself, you might not be suitable. The blood of the Mo family in Black Iron City flows in your body, so the 1,000 feet noble technique is more suitable for you. But, your sword technique is even more powerful than the 1,000 feet noble technique. Hee idiot. There are no more powerful sword scriptures in this world. Only more powerful people. Mo Xiaochuan's eyes gleamed as all the energy in his body was released and gathered in his sword. Master, I'll show you my full strength. I'll show you that the young man who kneeled under the shadow of the moon in Black Iron City has grown into a powerful man of his generation. Heaven-destroying, devil-rinsing sword. Break! Mo Xiaochuan shouted, and the sword in his hand buzzed under the guidance of the sword spell. Under the 1,000 cricket vast technique, the sword swept in all directions, invincible against anyone who blocked it. No! How is this possible? Elder Qiu, who was in his own domain, watched in horror as the sword qi that filled the sky broke through the rules formed by the Emperor Qi. The shadow of the swaying ancient tree flickered continuously before finally disappearing. He widened his eyes in fear. His eyes were filled with sword qi and he could no longer see anything. He watched in despair as he was swallowed alive. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire Xianxia city collapsed under the might of that sword. The sword qi and the 1,000 hands and 1,000 leaves palm collided, and the aftershock spread out in all directions. All kinds of buildings collapsed one after another, which lasted for half a cup of tea's time. Elder Qiu's original position was already gone. Not even a human scum was left. Silence, silence, deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was hard for them to think. The sword attack had completely shocked their souls. They stopped thinking and even forgot their existence. Only the wind after the shock wave was still blowing. Very good. That was the sword's life, the sword's breath. You let me hear the joy and joy of this Tiangang demon-slaying sword. At that moment, I couldn't even tell if the sword was you or if you had transformed into the sword. That feeling made my blood boil. A word of praise and a comment came out of Yunxiao's mouth, immediately breaking the dead silence. Everyone regained their senses, but their bodies were already deeply engraved with fear under the power of the sword just now. They only felt that their bodies were extremely stiff. Life of the sword. Upon hearing Yunxiao's praise, Mo Xiaochuan's nervous face finally looked relieved, and he smiled with relief. To be able to receive your praise, every single one of those tens of millions of sword strikes I've made over the years has its worth. After a brief moment of relief, Mo Xiaochuan was shocked as well. He thought carefully about Yunxiao's words and seemed to have understood something. Your Tiangang demon-shaking sword is a peak 9th tier artifact, Yunxiao said with a smile. It is not only an artifact but also a spirit, will, and Tao. Mo Xiaochuan's body trembled slightly as if he had comprehended something. His eyes were filled with joy and he could vaguely feel a bright light flashing in his body, illuminating the dark night ahead and extending the path into the distance. That sword was the glorious 1,000 feet technique. Is that the glorious 1,000 feet technique of the Mo family in Black Iron City? It's so terrifying. Li Feiyu's eyes widened as he asked in a daze. The Mo family of Black Iron City? Ren Guangjing was shocked and cried out, Arg! The heavenly spirit devil-quelling sword. 1,000 spirit Howren art. It was the most precious treasure of the Mo family in Black Iron City. How could it be with this man? Who is he? Su Danha's heart trembled and she said angrily, Black Iron City. Who are you in Black Iron City? The Empyrean One Pavilion and Black Iron City have never interfered with each other. They even have business dealings. Why did you kill my people? Her face turned unsightly. The death of an elder was a great loss to the Empyrean One Pavilion. It was almost a matter that would shake the foundation of the pavilion. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, It seems like you owe me an explanation for what happened just now. After the sword strike, Mo Xiaochuan seemed to have gained more insight in swordsmanship thanks to Yunxiao's slight guidance. He had a vague feeling that he was about to make a breakthrough, and he could not help but be overjoyed. Yunxiao's words rang in his ears again. 10,000 techniques as one, man and sword become old. Finally, the barrier in Mo Xiaochuan's heart opened up as he was shocked by the number. A rainbow fell from the sky and shone on his body. Rule force surged around him and entered his body. Martial supreme advancement. Everyone was shocked and looked at each other in horror. The advancement of a martial supreme was extraordinary. Every star could draw upon the power of heaven and earth and the rules of the world. He had not expected Mo Xiaochuan to break through just like that after one sword strike. At this moment, everyone had mixed feelings as they looked at Mo Xiaochuan, who was shining brightly. They all had their own thoughts, but basically, apart from the people of Tianyuan Trading Company, the rest of them had solemn and gloomy expressions. Congratulations, senior brother. Young Emperor Haolian was the first to offer his congratulations, followed by Ding Linger and Luo Yunsheng. Then, Tianyuan Trading Company and its affiliated trading companies also congratulated him one after another. Everyone was overjoyed. A battle of life and death between the two sects had suddenly become a one-sided celebration. Su Danhe looked at the other party's one-sided celebration. One of them advanced to the rank of a marshal supreme, while an elder on her side died, shaking the foundation of the Chamber of Commerce. She was so angry that she almost fainted on the spot. Su Danhe's hair started to turn golden, which was a sign of the overflowing Emperor Qi. She almost couldn't control her emotions, but she had to, because she was the great elder of the Empyrean One Pavilion, and the Empyrean One Pavilion couldn't afford to offend the Black Iron City. She gritted her teeth so hard that they were bleeding, and said word by word, "People in Black Iron City, Empyrean One Pavilion has a good business relationship with you. You should give me an explanation." Mo Xiaochuan was in a good mood, but when he heard Su Danhe's words, his face immediately darkened. He snorted coldly and said, "Explanation? Then Black Iron City will cut off all business with you. What explanation do you need? You coward!" Su Danhe was so angry that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Not only did she lose a martial emperor elder from her side, but she also scared the surrounding martial artists out of their fighting spirit and courage. He had come here to show off his power, but his opponent had killed 2 of his men without leaving a corpse. He was so angry that he was on the verge of going berserk. However, he still used the last bit of his rationality to suppress his emotions. He bit the corner of his mouth so hard that it bled. "Tell me, what benefits has Tianyuan Trading Company offered your Black Iron City? No matter what the condition is, we will double it as long as you don't interfere in today's matter." She endured it again and again. Other than Mo Xiaochuan's identity as a member of Black Iron City, there was also the Tiangang demon-shaking sword, which was the clan treasure of Black Iron City. The person before her was definitely of high status in Black Iron City and was most likely a core existence. If he killed this man, the Empyrean One Pavilion wouldn't be able to handle the revenge of Black Iron City. Therefore, even though she was seething with anger at the moment and Empyrean One Pavilion had lost face after 2 waves of provocation, she still had to endure it. Mo Xiaochuan replied indifferently, "There's nothing good about it. If there's any benefit to it, it's that I'll use the head of your Empyrean One Pavilion's elder to practice my sword. You want to give me double the conditions? That's good. Call out 2 more elders to chop off their heads, and I might be interested in working with you." Su Danhe was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. She instantly rose from the throne and struck out with her palm without saying a word. Who couldn't endure it? His words were already provocative to this extent. If he continued to endure, what was the difference between him and the Ninja Turtle? Even if he would offend Black Iron City, even if he had to start a full-scale war with Black Iron City, he would not hesitate. Su Danhe was a few levels higher than Mo Xiaochuan. Moreover, she was completely enraged and unleashed 120% of her strength. With a single palm strike, the entire earth was enveloped in it. It was as if the sky had collapsed and the sun and moon had lost their light. The people of Tianyuan Trading Company kept quiet out of fear, waiting for death in despair. Even Mo Xiaochuan and Haolian Xiaohuang were shocked. They hurriedly stood in front of Yunxiao, one on the left and the other on the right, one holding a long sword in the air and the other clenching his fists. The determination on their faces still showed that they would not back down even if they died. "Elder Su, why are you getting angry with these juniors? It's not good for your status." An indifferent voice sounded, giving off a lazy and cold feeling, without the slightest hint of life. In front of Su Danhe's palm shadow, a figure suddenly appeared. He also turned his hand and slapped out with the same domineering force. When the 2 palm forces collided, a dull sound was heard in the sky, which was no less than the collision of the profound level weapons. The surrounding people's blood and chi were in turmoil. Just the sound waves of the palm power were enough to make them tremble. Some of the martial artists with lower cultivation base even bled from their 7 orifices and vomited large mouthfuls of blood from the injuries. In a true peak confrontation, a single palm was already so terrifying, The people who were still under the influence of Mo Xiaochuan's sword felt a sense of hopelessness in their hearts. They were like frogs at the bottom of a well who were shocked and stunned when they saw the vast sky. A terrifying black hole appeared between the two palm forces. It continued to expand rapidly, as if it was going to devour the entire space. Zhang Chong, it's you. What? Su Danhe was shocked and angry. Is the money sect also tied to Tianyuan Trading Company? We're all businessmen. How could Elder Su say such stupid things? Zhang Chong chuckled. There are no eternal enemies in this world. Only eternal interests. Damn it! Su Danhe's eyes were spitting fire as she roared. I'd like to see what kind of benefits Money Sect and Tianyuan Trading Company can offer. You're even willing to wage an all-out war with my Empyrean One Pavilion. He was already a little dizzy, and the Emperor Qi in his hand grew even stronger. He gritted his teeth and exerted 200% of his strength, almost wanting to blow up the entire Songyueyang city, regardless of the consequences. AI! With the Four Extremes sect, can we fight against your Empyrean One Pavilion? Someone sighed. In that huge energy storm, someone actually tore open the black hole and forcefully opened a crack. A foot stepped out from it. The silver armor on the man's body flickered continuously, and he forced a path through the two's palm power. An ancient and simple tower flew out of his right hand, and he used an incantation gesture to stamp it down into the sky. The tower instantly turned into a pillar that held up the sky. It expanded above the entire Songyueyang city and fell into the palm energy of Su Danhe and Zhang Chong. Boom, boom, boom. With a dull sound, the earth shook as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. In the myriad treasure towers' encampment in the distance, everyone's faces changed in shock. Cui Bo's eyes turned sharp, as if he could see through the layers of the sky and see everything in the distance. Elder Xian's concerns have come true. I'm afraid the Empyrean One Pavilion will have to go against us this time. His gaze fell on the tall tower in the distance, and his eyes were filled with complex emotions and shock. Di Shanghua was also shocked as he said, The Four Extremes sect's heaven-suppressing pagoda. This treasure has always been in the hands of the vice sect master of the Four Extremes sect. Could Luo Ying have gone too? Cui Bo mumbled. This heaven-suppressing pagoda is an item passed down from ancient times. It's said to be a replica of an extremely powerful transcendent-grade, profound-level weapon. Although it's a defensive item, it's close to the peak of the 9th tier. What's more terrifying is that Luo Ying can almost exert 70% to 80% of its power, and he has become a peak figure in the Merchant Union. A replica of a transcendent-grade, profound weapon? Di Shanghua asked in shock. Isn't Noah's ship the only transcendent-grade mystic weapon? Cui Bo shook his head. That was after humans took control of the continent. There were still many powerful beings before that. Even transcendent-grade, profound-level weapons were rare. However, what did Tianyuan Trading Company rely on to invite Luo Ying to hold the fort for them? What do you think, Elder Xian? The shock in Xian Yutong's eyes disappeared in a flash, and he returned to his emotionless appearance. He said indifferently, I'm guessing that there's information we're lacking. This news was known by the Four Extremes sect and Money sect, which was why they stepped forward at this time. Otherwise, with Tianyuan Trading Company's current foundation, there's really nothing that these two companies would take a fancy to. You're right. What is the information we are missing? Cui Bo thought for a moment and said in surprise, Do you think it's possible that Tianyuan Trading Company has promised to be loyal to them? So they invited strong reinforcements. Xian Yutong was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes flashed and he said, We can't rule out this possibility. But with my understanding of Ding Ling she would never do that unless it was Li Yunxiao's idea. After all, it's normal for a girl to give everything she has if she meets a good man. Oh? Elder Xian, do you mean that Li Yunxiao is the real controller of Tianyuan Trading Company now? Di Shanghua paced back and forth and said, That's possible. Can we find a way to control this Li Yunxiao? Wouldn't that mean that Tianyuan Trading Company will be under the control of Myriad Treasures Tower? Di Shanghua seemed to think that this was a brilliant idea. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. that Li Yunxiao is just a native of the southern region, and he has never seen much of the world. It shouldn't be difficult to control him. Cui Bo poured cold water on him and snorted. Elder D, you're really naive. A person who can control the Tianyuan Trading Company and get the Four Extremes sect and the Money sect to join him is not as simple as you think. Our top priority now is to find out what the Four Extremes sect and Money sect know, and what we don't know. Since Yunxiao entered Songyue City, Jihua has been in charge of monitoring him, Xian Yutong said. Perhaps he has already gotten some information. Oh, since it's a swift fire? How could such a native arrange for him to go? Who made the arrangement? But you're very observant, Cui Bo cried out. This Li Yunxiao is indeed different. Call Jihua to see me. Xian Yutong's eyes narrowed as he looked at the distant sky. The yellow expression on his face seemed to be moved as he muttered to himself, but no one could hear what he was saying. The Tianyuan Trading Company was stationed in the sky. The heaven-suppressing pagoda stood upright and pressed down. At the entrance of the pagoda, a strong suction force was drawn out, directly sucking the surrounding space, including the black hole created by Su Danhe and Zhang Chong's palm force. Into the pagoda, Su Danhe's and Zhang Chong's expressions changed drastically. After the two of them struck out with their palms again, they were forced back from each other and fell down. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he trembled when he saw the tower. He had heard of the heaven-suppressing pagoda in the Merchant Union, but this was the first time he had seen it. What shocked him the most was that this heaven-suppressing pagoda was exactly the same as the one he had seen in the outer space, the one that suppressed Dijia. The only difference was that the aura exuded by this heaven-suppressing pagoda was not as terrifying as Dijia's ancient pagoda, and it looked much newer. Could it be an imitation? We must find out the origin of this heaven-suppressing pagoda, Yunxiao thought to himself. After settling the dispute between the two, Luoying retracted his silver armor, and the heaven-suppressing pagoda shrunk rapidly, landing in his palm and being absorbed into his body. This time, not only Su Danhe, but even Ren Guangjuan couldn't help but shout, Luoying, Zhang Chong, why have you two come? This is a matter between the Empyrean One Pavilion and Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Are you going to cause a rift in the Merchant Union? He was extremely shocked. With their status, the two of them were directly representing the Four Extremes sect and Money sect. This made him feel that things were not as simple as they seemed. Humph! Before the two could answer, Yunxiao snorted coldly and said, Old man, since you know this is between us and Empyrean One Pavilion, why did you Myriad Treasures store interfere? And Brother Feiyu, when you promised that someone would try to harm me, you were the first one to step out and teach that person a lesson. Now, you're actually ganging up with others to deal with me. It seems that our old friendship in Yufeng City is no longer there, and we can't have fun together anymore. Li Feiyu's forehead was covered in sweat as he replied in embarrassment. Young Master Yun's words are a little biased. I, Li Feiyu, am a fair man. You promised me that if anyone bullies young Master Yun, I'll be the first one to stand up for them, but now you're the one bullying others. Yunxiao's face was calm as he said coldly, What's there to be afraid of when you say you're strong? Fortunately, I was able to see your face, as well as the face of the entire 10,000 Treasures building, in this difficult time. Fortunately, not everyone in the Merchant Union is a bully. The Four Extremes sect and the Money sect are righteous and willing to give up their personal interests to fight against you clowns for the sake of the internal harmony and stability of the Merchant Union. His words were spoken slowly and with a strong sense of righteousness. He said loudly, The heaven and earth are in the right position. The righteous chi of heaven and earth will exist forever. Everyone's mouth was wide open, and they were all stunned. Even Luoying and Zhang Chong frowned, wondering if they were that high and mighty. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was indeed a vast and mighty universe. All of a sudden, he straightened his back even more, and his face was filled with the look of punishing evil and promoting righteousness. Li Feiyu gulped. He found that Yunxiao's eloquence was even stronger than his mysterious strength, and he did not know how to respond at all. After Luoying appeared, Su Danhe also gradually calmed down. She realized that the situation today was completely out of her control and was developing in the worst direction. The four extremes sect, the money sect, and the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce already represented 3 of the 7 magnates. Unless he pulled in the other 2, he would not be able to compete with them, not to mention that there was also the unknown Black Iron City. Black Iron City was an existence that could rival the entire Chamber of Commerce Alliance and the 7 super forces. Su Danha's heart suddenly turned cold and cold. As one of the 4 prodigies of the North region, I didn't expect young Master Li to be such a person. It's quite disappointing. The space near Tianyuan Trading Company distorted, and a large group of people appeared. With Chen Wudi as the leader, they were all members of the money sect. There were 2 martial supreme powerhouses among them, and many martial supremes were present. As soon as they appeared, they did not hide their auras at all. The surrounding space was fluctuating under that powerful martial essence. Chen Wudi's body flickered with battle intent as he stared at Li Feiyu with a provocative look in his eyes. Young Master Li is one of the 4 greats of the North region, so of course he's different from US small fries. We only know that we must keep our word, but young Master Li knows how to be flexible with his words, and can beat you on either side. On the other side, a group of people also slowly emerged. Tang Xian also came with many masters of the 4 extremes sect. There was a mocking look on her face and she smiled indifferently. Money Gang, Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, and 4 extremes sect stood in a row, as if they were going to swallow up the Empyrean One Pavilion. After the 2 of them spoke, the whole area became quiet. This shocking reversal of the situation made it difficult for everyone to adapt. They only felt that it was too dramatic. After all, Ding Ling was the master of Tianyuan Trading Company. Although Yunxiao was in charge of everything, she was still the acting president. At this moment, as the master, she slowly stepped out of the ranks and said to the 2 pairs of people with gratitude, Ling thanks the 2 young masters for your help. I will remember today's favor in my heart. Tang Xian squinted her eyes and smiled. You're too kind, Miss Ling suppressing the evil forces, promoting the righteousness of heaven and earth, and maintaining the unity and stability within the merchant union is the duty of our generation, and we can't refuse. Everyone's face was dark. From Yunxiao's self-righteous dominance in the aspect of Taoism, the struggle for interests between the 2 factions had suddenly turned into a contest of justice and evil, a struggle of unity and destruction. The people of Empyrean One Pavilion and Myriad Treasure Store were so angry that they were screaming, but they couldn't win the argument with words, and they couldn't fight now, so their faces were dark and their eyes were spitting fire. The anger and unwillingness in Su Danha's heart slowly calmed down. She said coldly, Luoying Zhangchong, the 2 of you won't be like these juniors and use vicious words, right? I hope the 2 of you can make your stand clear. What's going on today? Are you tied to Tianyuan Trading Company? They even broke the merchant union and started a war with each other. Luoying and Zhang Chong both frowned. They didn't dare to speak carelessly about matters that represented their stance. Young Master Wudi is the one in charge today. I'm just following him. As for the whole story, you can ask my young master. Luoying also nodded. Similarly, the person in charge of the 4 extreme sect today is young Master Tang Xian. Elder Su, you can ask him. After the 2 of them finished speaking, they turned their heads away and looked up at the sky coldly. They didn't want to say anything more to avoid making mistakes. Su Danha was trembling with anger. With his status, Chen Wudi and Tang Xian were not qualified to talk to him directly, but the situation was pressing. She had no choice but to pull her face down and look at Chen Wudi and Tang Xian. Cough, cough. Tang Xian coughed heavily and said, We're just promoting righteousness. We'll follow young Master Yun's orders. That's right. Chen Wudi nodded and said with a smile, I'm also following Li Yunxiao's lead. You. Su Danha's originally suppressed anger was once again ignited. At this moment, he really had the urge to perish together with these people. But with Luo Ying's heaven-suppressing pagoda here, even if he wanted to perish together, he might not be able to do so. Li Feiyu's face was filled with bitterness. It was obviously not appropriate for Su Danha to talk to Yunxiao directly. Since Myriad Treasures Tower and Empyrean One Pavilion had come together, it was not appropriate for him to just sit and watch the show. Young Master Yun, today's matter has a lot of implications. I didn't expect that the Four Extremes sect and the Money sect would be involved as well. It's no longer appropriate to fight now. Didn't you say you wanted to maintain the internal stability and unity of the Merchant Union? I don't deserve the title Young Master Yun, Yunxiao said coldly. You can just call me Li Yunxiao. To be honest, I really don't want to know you. You mean you didn't expect the Four Extremes sect and Money gang to help me and thought that Tianyuan Trading Company was doomed? So you went back on your word and hit us when we were down. If you had done that earlier, you would have kept your word and continued to act tough. I can only say hee to people like you. Li Feiyu's face turned red with embarrassment. He was really innocent and he had been shot while lying down. The other day he had only thought of keeping Yunxiao here, and he had casually said that Songyang City was in danger, but he had been caught by the other party. At this moment, Yunxiao was approaching him step by step, and he was almost going to be charged with the crime of going back on his words. If this news spread out, it would be a great blow to his reputation. But, because he was no match for the other party in eloquence, he could only give in and say, "There are too many misunderstandings in this matter. Feiyu really doesn't think that way. I will definitely give young Master Yun a satisfactory explanation for our matter in the future. Let's focus on the general situation of the Merchant Union today." There was a hint of bitterness in his eyes, as if he was pleading. Yunxiao snorted. He had naturally understood the meaning behind Li Feiyu's words, but he did not know how much this satisfactory explanation was worth. Well, our matter is a private one, after all, so we'll talk about it another day. However, if young Master Li is using this as a delaying tactic, I will definitely reveal young Master Li and Myriad Treasure Store's true colors to the world. Let's talk about the business alliance today. Li Feiyu and Ren Guangjuan both understood the threat in his words. He meant that if he was not satisfied with the satisfactory explanation, Li Feiyu and Myriad Treasure Store would be in trouble. Ren Guangjuan felt dizzy. For so many years, no one had ever dared to threaten Myriad Treasure Store. Today, they were threatened by a mere martial emperor. He suddenly felt that he had learned something new, or had the times changed? Both Tang Xian and Chen Wudi were overjoyed, knowing that Myriad Treasure Store was going to pay a big price this time. It was impossible for them to escape unscathed after being involved with the devil, Yunxiao. Li Feiyu had suffered a secret loss, but he could not say it out loud, so he could only swallow it. But he also had a certain understanding of Yunxiao's character, and he knew that the other party was already being magnanimous. Otherwise, he would be branded as a liar, and an internal war would be triggered in the Merchant Union, which would be truly terrible. He sorted out his feelings and then said seriously, "Originally, Tianyuan Trading Company and Tianyi Pavilion had no grudges. It was just a small misunderstanding that caused friction and intensified, which led to today's situation. In my humble opinion, why don't we let go of our past grudges and stop the war? How about we wait until the martial arts and technique competition a few days later to decide who is better? Tianyuan Trading Company never provokes people first," Yunxiao said. "I have no objection to this opinion, but I wonder if the culprit Tianyi Pavilion is willing to do it. Tianyuan Trading Company is going too far," Su Danhe said angrily. "He actually said we're the main culprits. You can do the rest, but you killed an elder of my Empyrean One Pavilion. You must give me an explanation. It didn't matter how many of the other minions died, but the elders were the foundation of the Chamber of Commerce, and their absolute combat power lay in them. The loss of any one of them would touch the root and be difficult to bear. Today's matter was directed by Su Danhe. If she couldn't give an explanation, she wouldn't be able to explain it to the Heavenly One Pavilion's sect master." Looking at the Empyrean One Pavilion's elder's death and Su Danhe's flustered and exasperated look, the rest of the people from the Chamber of Commerce were all smiling and gloating. Even 10,000 Treasures Tower was secretly happy. They were also happy to see that they could weaken the strength of the other core four alliances. Explanation? Yunxiao said contemptuously. He could only blame himself for not being skilled enough and dying without leaving any residue behind. Otherwise, if an arm or a leg is left, you can still bring it back to revere it. Su Danha's face was as gloomy as water. She gritted her teeth and said, I'm not going to argue with you. If you don't give me an explanation today, my Empyrean 1 pavilion will die with you. A murderous aura suddenly gushed out of his body, filling the surroundings with a cold air. The surrounding martial artists could not help but clench their teeth. Especially the warriors of Empyrean 1 pavilion and the affiliated forces. Each of their faces looked even uglier than a pig's liver. They didn't want to die together. They were fighting so hard just now because they thought they could win, but now they didn't even dare to fight. The three martial sovereigns from Luochu Chamber of Commerce had the ugliest expressions on their faces. This time their hearts were really cold, and they seemed to have no way out. The underlings of Luochu Chamber of Commerce, who were still standing inside Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, looked at the three of them with gloating eyes, waiting to see their end. Li Feiyu saw that Su Danha's attitude was so firm, and he also didn't know what to do. Luo Ying suddenly said, Elder Su, I think we should do this. If we, the old fogies, were to take action, the impact and repercussions would be too great. It would be better to let the younger generation compete on their own. How about we bring forward the martial arts contest to resolve the grudges between our two sects? Bring forward the martial duel? Everyone's pupils contracted, but after some thought, this was indeed a good idea. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome if an expert of Su Danha's level were to act ruthlessly. This was especially true for the people from the Four Extremes sect and Money sect. They only wanted to help Tianyuan Trading Company survive this disaster and did not want to become enemies with the Empyrean 1 pavilion. I think this method will work. There's no need to bring all the martial arts competitions forward, Ren Guangxin said slowly. All the martial arts competitions that want to settle their grudges are held today. The loser will immediately leave Songyue City with his men and will not be able to participate in the double meeting in a few days. Luo Ying frowned and said, This doesn't seem to be appropriate. After all, the double gathering is a battle of technique and martial arts. Why don't the losing party admit defeat and directly treat it as a failure in the martial arts competition a few days later? This will be fair. Ren Guangyuan glared at Luo Ying resentfully. What he said just now was to directly kick either Tianyi Pavilion or Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce out of the competition as a member of the board of directors. This way, the 7 giants could be reduced to 6, which was in line with the interests of Myriad Treasure Store. How could Luo Ying not understand Ren Guanggan's meaning? However, 10,000 Treasures Tower was powerful, and the other giants still had to weaken its power as much as possible. Therefore, it was still advantageous for them to keep the 7 spots. And Brother Luo's words make sense. I also agree. Zhang Chong also said with a smile. Su Danha's face turned cold and she snorted. Since everyone has agreed, Empyrean 1 Pavilion naturally won't object. If the Empyrean 1 Pavilion loses, I'll leave immediately and never mention the death of Elder Chiu again. But if Tianyuan Trading Company loses, what should we do? Her eyes fell on Ding Ling and she began to question her. After all, Mo Xiaochuan was the one who had killed Elder Chiu. Mo Xiaochuan was from Black Iron City. Even if Mo Xiaochuan was handed over to her, it would not be easy for her to deal with him. This was a real headache. Ding Ling shivered under her intense gaze, and she quickly hid behind Yunxiao. That's easy, Yunxiao chuckled. He understood Su Danha's concerns, so he pointed at Mo Xiaochuan and said, If we lose, I'll behead Elder Chiu's murderer and give you his head. In case the Empyrean 1 Pavilion is afraid of the Black Iron City's revenge, we'll be the villains. What? Everyone trembled. Yunxiao's words were obviously a strong confidence. They would not lose. Other than Chen Wudi, who believed in his strength, everyone else was suspicious. Although the Marshal Supreme who had used the profound artifact cube earlier had died in Yunxiao's hands, the whole situation at that time was too shocking, so no one had seen the specific situation. They all thought that the Martial Emperor of Tianyuan Trading Company had secretly made a move. Otherwise, how could the Marshal Supreme have died so easily? Mo Xiaochuan's face darkened as he said awkwardly, Young Master Yun, you're selling me off just like that? If I really lose, Then wouldn't I be a mayfly? What are you worried about? Young Emperor Hao Lian laughed. Don't you think that young Master Yun's loss is even more unbelievable than your head being cut off? That's true, Mo Xiaochuan said awkwardly. But it still feels weird. Why don't we bet your head on it? Don't try to act innocent when you've already gotten the upper hand. Young Emperor Hao Lian snorted. How much is your head worth? It's already a great honor to be able to be young Master Yun's bet. You must be secretly happy now, right? And you're still pretending to be innocent. The casual conversation between the two left everyone speechless. But it was extremely heavy in the ears of the people from Empyrean 1 Pavilion. Su Danhe said coldly, Good. A gentleman's words were true. The big shots of the Merchant Union were all here, so he had better not go back on his word when he lost. Yui, you will fight this battle. You can only win, you cannot lose. When Su Danhe said this name, the heavy feeling in her heart was swept away. It was as if she had regained the prestige and aura of the great elder of the Empyrean 1 Pavilion. This name brought her incomparable confidence. Everyone's heart trembled slightly, and all their eyes fell on a woman in green behind Su Danhe, especially Chen Wudi and the rest of the younger generation. Their expressions were even more solemn. The green shadow swayed, and the crowd only felt a faint fragrance. Then, they saw the graceful figure step out of the ranks and slowly walk forward. Even though Liang Yui did not have Shui Luoyan's or Ding Ling-er's devastatingly beautiful looks, she was still slender and elegant. Her face was like a peach blossom, but the cold aura around her body made people not dare to have any desecration. Great Elder, don't worry. I will not fail you. Her words were clear and melodious, making people feel very comfortable. No one would doubt the confidence and strength contained in the words, I did not fail my mission. Su Danhe's mood was slightly better. There's no need to stay behind. Kill if you can, she said. Yes. Liang Yui nodded in response. When she raised her head again, the clarity in her eyes had disappeared and was replaced by a sharp, knife-like glint. It was as if anyone within 3 feet of her could be pierced by the light. Su Danhe looked at Tianyuan Trading Company and snorted coldly. Since the martial arts competition has been brought forward, who will you send? Will you, Ding Ling-er, fight on your own? Or will you send this inexplicable Li Yunxiao? Of course it's me, Yunxiao said with a smile. I'm the one. If we let the acting president fight, wouldn't it raise your status? Liang Yui's eyes flickered with a saber light as she sized up Yunxiao and said, If it's you, then there's meaning to this battle. If it was Ding Ling-er, there would be no need to fight. However, only the rising talents of the Chamber of Commerce are qualified to participate in the martial arts competition. I heard that you're the city lord of Yanwu in the southern region. I wonder what qualifications you have to represent Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce in the competition. That's right. Li Yunxiao, you are not qualified to fight me. Su Danhe also suddenly reacted and shouted coldly. If people outside the Merchant Union can fight at will, then we can all go and ask for outside help. There's no need to fight in martial arts. Luoying also frowned and said, Li Yunxiao, are you from Tianyuan Trading Company? Otherwise, you'll be breaking the rules, and you can only let Ding Ling-er do it herself or send someone from the Chamber of Commerce. Ding Ling-er seemed to have been prepared for this situation. She shouted, Li Yunxiao is an honorary elder hired by Tianyuan Trading Company. Su Danhe sneered and said, Haha, honorary elder? Isn't it too much of a joke to use this job to cheat a child? The people from Money Sect and for Extreme Sect also frowned. Honorary elders could be appointed at will, but official elders were different. They were completely a part of the Chamber of Commerce. Ding Ling-er also intended to make Yunxiao an official elder, but considering his peerless status and his status as the city lord of Yanwu, she did not dare to give him the position of elder casually, for fear that he would be unhappy. Liang Yui chuckled and said, Honorary elder, you're indeed taking this too lightly. Yunxiao is the city lord of Yanwu. How can he be an elder of the Merchant Union? Unless you want to, she said with a smile in her eyes. Unless you marry Ding Ling-er and become the son-in-law of Tianyuan Trading Company, which is in line with the rules. Ding Ling-er's delicate body trembled. and her cheeks blushed in embarrassment. She lowered her head to the bottom of her neck and could not raise her head at all. She had thought about Liang Yui's words before, but their identities were too different, and she could not figure out Yunxiao's mind at all. In order to fight on behalf of Tianyuan Trading Company, she had even specially discussed with Old Yu. She had wanted Old Yu to test Yunxiao's words and intentions, but to her surprise, Old Yu's life was in her younger brother's hands. This matter had been put on hold for a long time. He had planned to bring it up before the martial arts and alchemy double competition. However, unexpectedly, the plan had changed, and the martial arts competition had been brought forward. Mo Xiaochuan and Haolian Xiaohuang looked at each other with amusement, as if they were waiting for a good show. Yunxiang also felt nervous for no reason, and there was a faint sense of loss in her heart, as if she was afraid of losing something. The rest of the people in the merchant union, no matter which chamber of commerce they were from, all looked upset. It was always a depressing thing for a goddess to be taken away by someone else. Ding Ling and Shui Luoyan were the dream girls of many young talents in the merchant union. Meanwhile, handsome rich men would always be the biggest enemies of losers. How could Yunxiao not know what Ding Ling was thinking? Even he, who had always been indifferent to the common people, felt a little embarrassed. The matter between Ling and I is purely private, so I won't say it to outsiders. As for my identity, since everyone is interested, I'll be direct. Yanwu is a subordinate force of Tianyuan Trading Company in the southern region, and as the city lord of Yanwu, I'm also under the jurisdiction of Tianyuan Trading Company. Are you satisfied with this? Everyone's faces flickered. What Yunxiao said meant that even if Yanwu had nothing to do with Tianyuan Trading Company before, it had now been completely integrated into the trading company. Originally, a mere city in the southern region would not attract people's attention. However, Yanwu now had the amazing spiritual energy of Mount Meru, one of the 4 great celestial realms, which was no less inferior to the spiritual mountains and treasured lands of the 7 superpowers. If it were not for the Holy Region Iron Order, it would have already triggered a bloody fight. Now that such a high-quality asset had suddenly become the property of Tianyuan Trading Company, it was undoubtedly a boost to this empty shell. Ding Ling was also shocked, and then she felt warm in her heart. With Yunxiao's status and strength, and with a sacred place like Yanwu under his control, it was very likely that he would develop into an existence similar to the 7 superpowers when he established his own sect in the future. However, he had given her such an important stronghold without any hesitation. Besides, Yunxiao did not deny their relationship in front of everyone. Although his words were a little vague, they were full of imagination. In addition to being touched, they also felt warm and sweet. The people from the 4 Extreme sect and the Money sect did not look too good either. The competition in the merchant union was extremely fierce. The southern region was originally abandoned by the Chamber of Commerce, and only a gradually declining existence like Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce would go there to take a bite. They did not expect to find Yanwu, such a great treasure, and all of them were slightly unhappy. Liang Yui nodded and said, "Since you don't even want Yanwu anymore, I naturally have nothing to say. Then let the martial arts competition begin. Use your life to make one last contribution to Ding Ling Haha, Yunxiao laughed. What a confident girl. He stepped out of the Chamber of Commerce and walked forward. Young Master Yun, be careful, Ding Ling said with concern, her eyes full of expectation. Ling you're worrying for nothing, Xiaohuang Haolian said with a smile. Mo Xiaochuan scoffed. Little sister Ling you'll have to change your mind soon. Ding Ling blushed and turned her head away. Liang Yui stared at him and said indifferently, I know you have a trump card and you've hidden your strength very well, so I think it'll be interesting to fight you. But if you say you can beat me, that would be a joke. In that case, Yunxiao said with a smile, I'll play a joke today to make everyone happy. After a short conversation between the two, a murderous aura spread out around them. Everyone held their breath and retreated far away. Ah, just looking at it doesn't feel very interesting. Tang Xian, why don't we make a bet? Qian Wudi suddenly opened his mouth and laughed, looking extremely interested. During every martial arts duel, those brats below like to place bets. This time were no exception. Tang Xian also looked like a spectator and analyzed. Yue is one of the top experts in the Merchant Union, and her strength is hard to estimate. I'm afraid that only Li Feiyu would dare to say that he's stronger than her. Although young Master Yun is only a martial emperor, he always gives people a mysterious feeling, and it seems that he has a lot of cards up his sleeve. This bet is quite difficult to place. Qian Wudi laughed. It's just a small game. It'll be fun. No matter how I look at it, Li Yunxiao is at a disadvantage. The odds of him winning are 1-to-1, and the odds of Liang Yui winning are 2-to-1. What do you think? Tang Xian nodded. The odds seem fair and reasonable from the current situation of the two. To be honest, no matter how I look at him, I don't think he has a chance of winning. But I like to see dark horses, so I'll bet on Yunxiao. I'll bet 10 million mid-grade primordial stones. Qian Wudi revealed a mocking expression and sneered. You're willing to take out 10 million. You're really a small gambler. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Tang Xian laughed. Haha. Okay. An additional 100 million medial-grade primordial stones is only betting on Liang Yui's victory. A smug look flashed in Qian Wudi's eyes. Of all the people present, apart from the people of Tianyuan Trading Company, he was probably the only one who knew Yunxiao's strength the best. That day in Mount Meru, this kid was only a martial king, but he could compete with a terrifying existence like Dijia. At that time, he was estimated to have almost reached the strength of a martial emperor. Now that he had reached the martial emperor realm, Qian Wudi would never believe that he did not have the power to fight a martial honor. Zhang Chong laughed. Young Master Wudi, you dare to open a betting table with such a huge difference in strength? Aren't you afraid that our money gang will go bankrupt? I'm a 2-stars martial emperor, and I'll admit defeat even if I lose 500 million primordial stones. After he finished speaking, he threw out a storage bag and bet 500 million on Liang Yui. Qian Wudi was secretly happy, but he revealed a bitter expression and said, Elder Zhang, please don't harm me. Humph. The ignorant are fearless. Su Danhe's cold eyes looked over and she said coldly, I'll bet 50 billion primeval stones on Yue winning. Do you dare to accept? Oh? Everyone in the hall gasped in horror. 50 billion primordial stones was enough to smash a small chamber of commerce to death. Even the 7 magnates of the Merchant Union couldn't easily mobilize them. Qian Wudi's joy was replaced by shock and solemnness. No matter how confident he was in Yunxiao, he still felt uneasy under such a huge bet. If he lost everything, he would have to pay 25 billion, which was enough for his father to slap him to death. For a moment, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he was a little uncertain. He raised his forehead slightly and looked at the smile on Yunxiao's face. Suddenly, he had an idea, and he gritted his teeth and said, Yes, of course I'll accept. Since we've already opened a bet, we'll take it no matter how much it is. Zhang Chong was shocked and said anxiously, Young master, this amount of money. Qian Wudi waved his hand and transmitted his voice softly, Elder Zhang, don't worry. Li Yunxiao has a great chance of winning. I'm going to win. Zhang Chong was stunned. He turned his eyes to Yunxiao, as if trying to see through him from head to toe, but he could not find any difference. He was just an ordinary 2-stars martial emperor. Good. You have guts. Su Danhe's eyes swept coldly, and she said to the people from the subsidiary chambers of commerce, Don't you guys want to earn some money? Hearing this, the subordinate chambers of commerce of Empyrean 1 Pavilion shouted and placed their bets. Under Su Danhe's gaze, they did not dare to not gamble. At the same time, they had the intention to earn some money. After all, Liang Yui's strength was there. Moreover, Su Danhe had already placed 50 billion on it, so it could be seen that she was very confident. Immediately, 10 million, 50 million, 100 million, and so on were all placed. The people from the 4 Extremes sect and Myriad Treasure Store were not willing to fall behind either. They piled up all kinds of chips, none of them willing to give up this obvious opportunity to make money. Some of them did bet on Yunxiao, but the amount was very small. Soon, Liang Yui's bet was pushed to 200 billion mid-grade primordial stones. Qian Wudi was covered in cold sweat, unable to bear such a huge pressure. He said bitterly, Fuck, you guys are too cruel and evil. You've pushed it to 200 billion. Aren't you trying to kill me? Tang Xian laughed. Hee, this is more in line with young Master Wudi's identity and spirit. After Tang Xian placed a bet of 500 million Liang Yui, she saw that everyone was excited, so she added 1 billion more. Many martial artists even took out their treasures as collateral to raise as many primordial stones as possible. Compared with Yunxiao's side, they only had less than 100 million, which was really shabby. Tianyuan Trading Company bet on Yunxiao's victory with 50 billion mid-grade primordial stones. Ding Ling said slowly, and her words shocked everyone. However, on second thought, if they lost the martial arts competition, Tianyuan Trading Company would be eliminated. At that time, the entire trading company would face the risk of being annexed, and 50 billion yuan would be nothing. This was all the primordial stones that Ding Ling could mobilize at the moment. Otherwise, she would have bet on it no matter how big it was. This was not only because it concerned the life and death of Tianyuan Trading Company, but also because she knew Yunxiao's strength. There were people in the world who could defeat Yunxiao, but Liang Yui would never be the one, and no one in the younger generation could defeat him. Can I mortgage my Tiangang Devil Rinsing Sword for 50 billion primordial stones? Mo Xiaochuan asked. Chen Wudi was taken aback. Of course it's worth it, he said with a wry smile. Are you also going to bet on Li Yunxiao? Of course. Mo Xiaochuan rolled his eyes at him and said arrogantly, if young Master Yun loses, I'll lose my head, so why do I still need the sword? Chen Wudi felt a little dizzy. This is also a mayfly. All right, I'll take 50 billion. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Although there was still a gap between the bets of both sides, it was close to a balance. No matter which side won, he would not lose too much, but the profit he would earn would be reduced by a lot. Only 100 billion? That's not good. Yunxiao cried out. With a flash of light in his hand, a powerful fire elemental spirit energy immediately rushed out and spread out in the center. A pile of southern fire golden crystal essences suddenly appeared in front of Chen Wudi, emitting an alluring and terrifying spiritual energy. I'll mortgage these southern fire golden crystal sources to 50 billion middle-grade primordial stones and bet on my own victory. Everyone was greatly shocked, and their eyes flickered with extreme greed. So many southern fire golden crystal sources were equivalent to the existence of supreme-grade primordial stones. The fire-type martial artists in particular were dumbfounded with their mouths wide open. Zhang Chong picked up a crystal source and examined it carefully. He then nodded and said, it is indeed the southern fire golden crystal essence. I'm afraid that even the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce doesn't have so many of them. I wonder where he got them from. Since it's true crystal sources, then it's naturally worth it, Chen Wudi said with a bitter smile. He had just opened a bet to earn a small sum, but he did not expect it to involve such a big bet. According to the odds, if Yunxiao won, he would earn 50 billion primordial stones. Just thinking about it made him excited. However, if Liang Yui won, the compensation would be 250 billion. Thinking of this result, his face turned pale. He wanted to rush up and kill Liang Yui first. Li Yunxiao, thank you for your crystal sources. Liang Yui nodded and said gratefully, I need those things. Yunxiao's lips curved into a smile as he said, I'm also looking forward to the large amount of primeval stones. Liang Yui revealed a rare smile. If that's the case, let's not waste any more time. She raised her right hand and pointed at the sky. Immediately, an illusory sword appeared in the sky and slashed down at Yunxiao. The moves were clean and direct, without any sloppiness. Although they were simple and direct, they were also pleasing to the eye. There was a smile on Yunxiao's face the whole time. He had some concerns, too. After all, there was no shortage of experts present, and there were some means that were not convenient to use, such as the imperishable golden body and the three-sword techniques. If someone found out something was wrong, it would be a great disaster. Even if he did not use these famous moves, he was still undefeatable. At least, he had the gourd little King Kong. If he used it, he could even fight a peak martial venerable, let alone a mere Liang Yui. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he had gone too far and was being unfair to the little girl. Bang! The sword shadow fell from the sky and exploded into a huge pit on the ground. With a flash of light under his feet, Yunxiao easily dodged the sword with an exquisite footwork. Liang Yui moved forward and walked away with the same wonderful steps. Afterimages appeared in the entire arena as she fought with Yunxiao in close range, making it difficult for the naked eye to distinguish their movements. However, most of the experts around them could see every move clearly under their eyes. Liang Yui's moves were extremely profound. A thin layer of red light appeared around her green dress, and the palm force of her fists was unhurried, one move after another. On the other hand, Yunxiao seemed to be a little passive under the opponent's close attack, but he was not at an obvious disadvantage. Moreover, he tried not to collide with Liang Yui's palm force. After all, the difference in their cultivation bases was a huge realm, and he would only suffer a great loss if they went head-to-head. Liang Yui saw this point and planned to use her cultivation to exhaust his vital qi first. By then, no matter what trump card he had, he would be a paper tiger without the support of vital qi. This Li Yunxiao is indeed a little strange. He only has the power of a 2-stars martial emperor, but how can he fight with Yui for so long? What? Zhang Chong had a strange look on his face. It looks like his body is able to withstand a large amount of power. Could it be that he has also cultivated his physical body? Qian Wudi immediately remembered that day in Mount Meru, when Dijia wanted Yunxiao's corporeal body to take over his cauldron, and he thought that was true. His physical body is indeed strong. If it's not divine, then it must be a secret technique. I see, Zhang Chong said in realization. A mystical secret technique that can withstand an attack that crosses a realm is indeed not simple. But if I don't have any other means, this is all I can do. As she spoke, a fire sword shot out of Liang Yui's hand, leaving afterimages in her hand. The head and tail of the sword connected to form a fire net, which suddenly closed in from all directions. Like a fish in the net, Yunxiao had no way to escape. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand and said, "Water Dragon Roar!" The water element in the air quickly gathered and turned into a ball of water at his fingertips. It formed the shape of a dragon and circled around his body. Under the guidance of his finger seals, it broke through the fire net. The shape of a sword could be vaguely seen in the water dragon. It was impossible to tell if it was a water dragon or a sword-like dragon roar. Moreover, with a point of the sword finger, it could break the surface with a point. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The moment the water dragon touched the fire net, it was instantly evaporated. A long sword as cold as ice suddenly shone on the water, piercing a dazzling light in the mist, and cut the fire net. The moment the northern heaven's cold star sword broke through the net, Yunxiao flew past it, grabbed the hilt, and rushed out of the encirclement. Die! Liang Yui shouted. A flame spread out from under her feet. The aura on her body rose and soon reached the peak of a 3-stars martial supreme. The fire net in the sky condensed into a fireball under her command. It danced in the air like a small sun, and the heat wave came straight down. Great sun, divine art. One breath turning into blazing sun. Liang Yui thrust out her palm, and the fireball in the sky fell like a meteorite. The power of her palm was so strong that it sealed the entire space, making Yunxiao unable to move. Mo Xiaochuan revealed a look of shock. What a powerful and overbearing palm force. A girl actually cultivates such an extreme yang martial technique. No wonder she said that the Southern Fire golden crystal source would be extremely beneficial to her. Liang Yui cultivates the fire element, Ding Ling said with a serious expression. But she's still inferior to Sister Yunxiang's 9-yang divine body. Don't laugh at me, little Sister Ling Yunxiang said, blushing. My strength is far inferior to hers. Ding Ling laughed. Don't belittle yourself, sister. Young Master Yun once said that the 9-yang genuine qi of Xinxiao Palace was born for a body like yours. Gu Qingqing was the most powerful person in the world back then, and she had the divine body of 9-yang. You have a bright future ahead of you. I just hope that you can recognize me in the future. When Yunxiang heard Yunxiao's words, she felt a sweet feeling in her heart. But a moment later, her heart was shrouded in a layer of haze. She was in a daze as she said to herself, I'm not sure what to do. Did young Master Yun tell her so much? But why didn't he tell me about Ing Luo? In the Sea of Fire, Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he chuckled and said, "Are you finally getting serious?" The surrounding space was impregnable under Liang Yui's palm, making it too difficult to teleport. With a flip of his hand, Yun Xiao thrust out a sword beam, and 9 green lotuses bloomed one by one, forming a line in front of him to protect him from the fire of the sun. What's going on? The power of the son of a peak 3 stars Martial Venerable was actually blocked by him? The people around were in disbelief, and even Su Danha's face turned a little ugly. I think it's because of the sword of ice in his hand. The cold chi from the sword is just enough to restrain Liang Yui's fire of yang. That sword is indeed extraordinary. The moment it is unsheathed, it glints coldly. It's very likely to be a 9th grade sword. A martial emperor of the 7 constellations realm using a 9th tier mystic weapon. This Kasaya is too wasteful. He's good at deceiving the little girl. I guess this sword was made by the little girl of Tianyuan Trading Company. TSK, both money and beauty. Why don't I have such a good life? You can only blame your parents for giving birth to a frog-like face. If it wasn't for the money, do you think you can pick up girls with your appearance? Liang Yui's brows furrowed slightly. Obviously, she found it a little unbelievable that Yun Xiao had blocked her attack, but her face was still as calm as water. Tu Chi gives birth to yin and yang. For days rotate at the same time. As she cried out, the incantation gesture in her hand changed into a line of fire. The fireball that was blocked by Yun Xiao's 9 green lotuses suddenly split into 2, then 4, and in an instant, 4 suns began to rotate and rush into the lotus, breaking it one by one. Yun Xiao's face flickered slightly. Although the power of these 4 fireballs was not 4 times stronger than the previous one, it was still several times stronger. He could not resist the power brought by the Northern Heaven Cold Star Sword with his 2 stars martial emperor power. If you don't have any more trump cards, then go to hell. Liang Yui shouted and directed the 4 fireballs with her fingers. The people of Tianyuan Trading Company had their hearts in their throats. They did not think that Yun Xiao could escape from this disaster. Even Qian Wudi, who was originally full of confidence, started to worry. After all, the bet was too big, and he really couldn't afford to lose. At this moment, Li Feiyu was the most confident one. Back in the Plum Valley, Yun Xiao had displayed a sword art in his demonized state, and even he was shocked by it. If it were to happen again, it would be a piece of cake for him to break Liang Yui's 4 days reversal. But it was not Yun Xiao's intention to demonize, and he did not dare to use the sword technique. Wind, come! The immemorial heavenly eye between Yun Xiao's brows suddenly opened, and a terrifying astral wind from beyond the boundless void howled out. He pointed the Northern Heaven Cold Star sword in his hand at the sky, and the endless power of the immemorial astral wind was blown away by the sword. The 4 huge fireballs were suddenly blocked, unable to press in. Instead, the power of the sun was gradually weakening, as if it was being devoured. Liang Yui's expression finally changed. She could clearly sense that the wind around Yun Xiao's sword was extremely unusual, and it was rapidly consuming her sun. She shouted softly, and her delicate body danced in the air. 4 fireballs flew back and rotated around her. The incantation seals in her hands were faster and faster. Ren Guangjuan could not help but exclaim, "Is this Li Yun Xiao really that strong? He's actually forcing Liang Yui to use her ultimate technique. He's far more powerful than what we can see. What I'm worried about is that even if Yui uses that technique, she might not be able to restrain him." Li Feiyu's expression was grave. "What? Nonsense. Young Master Li has never seen Yuyi's ultimate move before. How can you make such a judgment so easily?" Su Danha shouted coldly. "Although I've never seen Yui use it, I've seen Li Yunxiao's ultimate sword beam," Li Feiyu said with a wry smile. "To be honest, now that I think about it, even I might not be able to withstand that sword strike." Su Danha's expression changed drastically, and she revealed a look of complete disbelief. Ren Guangji slapped his thigh and scolded. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I bet 2 billion on Liang Yuyi's win." Although Li Yunxiao's trump card is strong, I can see that Sister Yui is not just at this level, Li Feiyu said with a wry smile. The odds of winning are still very high. As Liang Yui's hand seals spread out, the 4 fireballs suddenly lined up and split into 5, 6, and 7 swan and eye. In the end, they turned into 10 blazing suns. They influenced each other and grew stronger. This is the swan and eye, as expected, 10 suns in the sky. Qian Wudi's face turned serious. I can't believe that she has really reached the realm of great perfection. This little girl's talent is really terrifying, Zhang Chong said in shock. Yun Xiao is in trouble now. I'm really curious about how he's going to resist the 10 days of Tongtian. Humph. Block it. Su Danha's face was filled with cruelty and disdain. She said coldly, Of course it's to be destroyed. Rise. Liang Yui raised her hands to the sky, and 10 huge fireballs whizzed into the air, slowly rising into the sky. All of a sudden, the entire sky was illuminated red, and the 10 suns above Songyueyang City were as high as the sky. Yun Xiao finally looked shocked as he looked up at the sky. The power emitted by the 10 huge fireballs was like that of a real sun. If they fell down like this, even his indestructible golden body would not be able to stop them. Luo Ying's voice sounded from the side. It's indeed 10 days in the same sky. Congratulations. However, if the 10 suns fall, I'm afraid half of Songhua City will be destroyed. Why don't the few of us seal the surrounding space to prevent the energy waves from being too great? Ran. Zhang Chong also nodded slightly and stood out, ready to attack. Ren Guangjuan from Myriad Treasure Store also stepped out. Only Su Danha looked cold and ignored their behavior. Just the 3 of us will do. That's enough. Luo Ying said softly. He slowly extended his right hand and a beam of Emperor Qi shot into the sky. Zhang Chong and Ren Guangho also made their moves. 3 streaks of Emperor Qi spread out in the air and formed a powerful boundary. It then enveloped the area and locked the phenomenon of 10 suns in the sky. The entire Songhua City was in shock. They did not understand what had happened over there. Only a few high-level people were making various speculations. There were even many people who directly flew into the air and flew towards the barrier. Liang Yui's body seemed to be burning at the moment. She looked coldly at Yun Xiao in the air and said, I'm very curious about how you're going to deal with the 10 days in the same heaven, or are you going to just disappear like smoke? She raised her right hand high and suddenly pointed it down, shouting, 10 suns in the same sky. Destroy the heavens and earth. 10 huge fireballs danced in the air and spun down, then rushed toward Yun Xiao one after another. The light of the scorching sun dazzled Yun Xiao's face. Everyone thought that he had given up all hope, but in fact, Yun Xiao was still thinking about how to take the attack. Should he throw the Divine Realm Tablet, the gourd Little King Kong, the Dynasty Bell, or directly use the Devil Sky Silk and the imperishable golden body to resist it? With too many choices, it was easy for people to be confused. Forget it. It doesn't matter if others recognize me. I, Li Yun Xiao, have never been afraid of anyone. Clang at this critical moment. Yun Xiao stuck the sword into the ground and placed his right hand on the hilt. A dragon's shadow slowly poured into the northern heaven cold star sword from his arm, and a dragon's roar burst into the sky. Not only that, but his body also began to demonize. Scales appeared on his body, and 2 horns grew on his forehead. As the dragon shadow was poured into the sword, a dragon appeared on the sword, emitting a terrifying sword intent. Demon transformation? Is this his trump card? The pupils of all the experts in the surroundings constricted. They could sense the power coming from Yun Xiao and the sword intent emanating from the northern heaven cold star sword. It was no longer below that of a martial supreme. A ball of golden light condensed in Yun Xiao's left hand, and he slowly placed it in front of him, turning it into a lotus that attracted everyone's eyes. Suddenly, the golden lotus exploded like a star, and a dazzling golden light emerged, stinging everyone's eyes and forcing them to close their eyes. Mo Xiaochuan's pupils contracted slightly. 2 small prisms made of water vapor appeared in front of his eyes, directly reflecting the blinding power of the golden light. I knew it was a smokescreen. He dared to display his sword skill in front of so many experts. He's worthy of being my master. He's not afraid of trouble. At the moment the golden lotus bloomed, Yunxiao's northern heaven cold star sword finally shot out a rainbow-like sword beam. It was a dragon flying in the sky, and the stars around it flickered and vanished, while the 10 suns were overshadowed by it. It was the sword technique star obliteration. Liang Yui's eyes were blinded by the golden light, but she could clearly feel the shocking sword chi. Like a divine arrow shooting at the sun, a dragon shadow rushed towards the 10 suns. Boom, boom, boom. By the time everyone opened their eyes, they saw the 10 suns had completely erupted. The entire barrier was a sea of red fire, and nothing else could be seen except for the flames. However, that overbearing and powerful force still transmitted waves through the enchantment, making everyone's hearts jump. Qian Wudi's eyes were filled with shock, and a huge question mark appeared in his mind. Would he be able to take the 10 suns in the sky if it landed on him? The answer made him very disappointed, and an indescribable anger spread in his heart. What a powerful force. Is that Li Yunxiao dead? Do you even need to ask? It must have been burnt to ashes. Can't you see the terrifying sea of fire within the barrier? However, I felt an extremely powerful sword chi just now. That feeling almost scared my soul out of my body. It was as if it wasn't any weaker than the 10 suns in the sky. Yes, I felt it too. However, that golden flower was too glaring. I was distracted and didn't see it. Ding Ling and the others were nervous when they heard the crowd's whispered discussions, almost all of whom were certain that Yunxiao would die. Although they knew Yunxiao's divine ability, they still could not help but feel anxious. As for Luo Ying and the other powerhouses, their eyes were filled with great shock. Just now, due to their carelessness, they had fallen into Yunxiao's trap and were blinded by the dazzling light of the golden flower. They felt very regretful that they could not catch the sword beam's move. What shocked them even more was that at that critical moment of life and death, Yunxiao was still trying to cover up. What was he hiding? Hiding that sword move? Could it be that there was some kind of secret that could not be revealed? At this moment, even Su Danhe, who was full of confidence, looked horrified. With his cultivation base, he could clearly sense that Yunxiao was not dead, and he was not even injured. In the sea of fire within the barrier, the power of the Star Destroyer sword technique was too weak. Although it broke through several of the sun's flames, most of them still hit his body. The demonic sky armor also materialized to resist the attack of the flames, but at this moment, it had lost all its demonic energy, and was like a profound artifact without any spirit energy, so it could not do much. A large amount of scorching sun still hit Yunxiao and burned his body. In the raging fire, he was not afraid of being seen. Spots of golden light appeared on his skin, blocking the sun and absorbing the other party's power at the same time to supplement and heal his injuries. Although it was only the initial stage of the inextinguishable golden body, it had almost reached a balance, allowing the wound to recover quickly. The power of the sun is almost gone, Zhang Chong said. The barrier should also be gone. He was the first to turn into a golden light and fly into the Gold and Money Gang's team. The power of the barrier in the sky immediately weakened. The other two also scattered, and the flames of the sun immediately spread out, scaring away some of the lower-ranked cultivators nearby. But the power of the sun was like an arrow at the end of its flight. After a brief burning, it gradually extinguished, and Yunxiao's body emerged from the flames. Although he was not unscathed, he looked as if he was fine, and there was even a faint smile on his face. This Tao Wu. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck everyone's mind, and they almost lost their ability to think. They widened their eyes and rubbed them, afraid that they had seen wrongly. Why can't Xianxia even kill 10 days in the same heaven? Su Danhe was also stunned and completely dumbfounded. Yes, he has too many secrets. Young master must be careful if you meet him in the future. Luo Ying reminded her softly. Tang Xian's face was more solemn and thoughtful than horror. Liang Yui's spirit was greatly weakened after using 10 suns in unison heaven, and her face began to turn pale. Although she had expected that Yunxiao might not necessarily be defeated by that move, she did not expect him to take it so easily, and that he would be fine. On the contrary, she had consumed a lot of her spirit energy. However, she was still an expert. After a moment of shock, she immediately regained her calm. Her figure began to fade in the air before slowly disappearing. Hiding in the void? It's a very old-fashioned move. Yunxiao chuckled and spread out his divine sense. Suddenly, he frowned and asked in surprise, "Strange. There are no spatial fluctuations. She didn't enter the void? How did it disappear?" Not only Yunxiao but all the experts around him trembled, because they had also discovered the same problem. Liang Yui was not just hiding in the void. Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadow appeared on Yunxiao's left side, and a sword beam slashed down. Yunxiao was taken aback. It was not until Liang Yui made her move that he noticed her existence. He immediately spread out a stream of mental power from between his brows, which rotated the surrounding space and teleported himself away, avoiding the sword chi. Teleportation. The crowd was also shocked. This was an extremely powerful skill that only 8th-tier alchemists could perform. Eh? Liang Yui's voice came from the sky. Clearly, she was also surprised by his sudden teleportation. After that, he could no longer catch any trace of her. Ren Guangjing couldn't help but say, "Damn it, these two actually still have a trump card. Was Yunxiao an 8th-tier alchemist? He can actually teleport." His words shocked everyone. If he was really an 8th-tier great alchemist, who could rival Lao AI in the alchemy arts after that? Everyone who thought of this was in a daze. Was Tianyuan Trading Company going to stand out and become the biggest dark horse? Even if he lost to Liang Yui, it would only deduct 1 point from his score. With the strength Yunxiao had shown so far, not only was he fine under the 10 days in the same heaven, but he even had the mood to play tricks and hide his moves. Who in the 7 chambers of commerce could defeat him except Li Feiyu? Even Li Feiyu's eyes were filled with solemnity. He didn't have the slightest confidence in his heart. So what if he's an 8th-tier great alchemist? Don't worry, everyone. That Li Yunxiao will die in this battle. Suddenly, Su Danhe's cold voice rang out. Her eyes were fixed on the arena, and she seemed to be full of confidence. Everyone was puzzled. How could Liang Yui win when even a super-powerful move like Tendis in Heaven could hurt Yunxiao? Could it be based on this mysterious disappearance technique? Liang Yui's sword beams kept shooting out from inexplicable directions, but Yunxiao could not catch them in advance. After a few rounds, Liang Yui's attacks became faster and faster, leaving only the shadows of her sword and Yunxiao's dodging. What's going on with Liang Yui? Qian Wudi had a horrified look on his face. He couldn't sense his opponent's existence at all, but those sword lights were so real. If he was in the arena, he would have been finished long ago. Zhang Chong's expression was also solemn as he said, what a strange secret technique. Even I can't catch her existence. I'm also very curious about what's going on." He had never seen such a movement technique in the martial skills of Empyrean 1 Pavilion. Could it be that Liang Yui's master had another master? At this moment, even Mo Xiaochuan and Haolian Xiaohuang's faces turned serious. Even with their cultivation bases, they could not see through the situation. Although they did not think that Yunxiao would lose, they could not continue to be entangled in this battle. Yunxiao dodged here and there, and even though he could teleport, he soon fell into a disadvantage. Even I can't sense it. I'm not unfamiliar with this situation, Ingluo. It's just that you can't be that person's disciple, Ingluo. It must be a similar situation simulated by some secret technique. Ingluo Yunxiao suddenly fell silent and said slowly with a smile on his face, "Your attack is still as fierce as ever, which means that your real body is not far from me. In fact, this move of yours is very easy to break. Do you believe me? Oh, ever since I've mastered this secret technique, no one has ever broken it." Liang Yui's voice rang out in the arena. However, every word came from a different direction, making it hard to grasp. "Humph! Arrogant. This kind of goading is useless against Yui," Su Danhe sneered. Li Feiyu's expression was also grave. He was constantly thinking about what he would do if he were to encounter such a situation. That's because the people you met are too weak, Xianxia said with a smile. You can hear me, which at least proves that my sound waves can reach where your body is. No matter how you hide, you must at least be at a point of contact with this space. Otherwise, you'll forever be lost in another space. Liang Yui said indifferently, You're right. However, there are an infinite number of points in space. Even if you use an indiscriminate attack, the probability of hitting me is 0. How are you going to find the point of contact? Moreover, this point can still be moved. Xianxia smiled and said nothing. His eyes gradually focused as he stretched out his right hand. The dynasty bell slowly emerged in his hand, emitting a golden light and an ancient charm, looking magnificent and magnificent. Qian Wudi's pupils contracted, and his body trembled. He naturally recognized that it was the treasure Xianxia had snatched at Mount Meru, and his eyes could not help but flash with resentment. He had returned empty-handed that day. It's actually very simple. As long as we use a sound wave attack from all directions, you won't be able to escape. When you're shaken by the sound waves, you'll definitely tremble. As long as my sound waves don't stop, you'll keep trembling. How will you hide then? Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he clanged the dynasty bell in his hand. An ancient sound spread out, and the sound waves instantly spread throughout the entire space. What kind of profound-level weapon is this Xianxia? Everyone present was shocked. Even if an ordinary sound wave attack could be used in all directions, it would never be as grand as this bell. It was full of ancient charm, as if time and time were flowing under the sound of the bell. This time, even Su Danhe's expression changed completely. A trace of panic and shock flashed in her eyes. Liang Yui, I've caught you. The balance is leaning toward me. With a flash of sword light in his hand, Xianxia suddenly thrust the northern heaven-cold star sword at a point in the air. The frequency of the sound waves at that point had changed slightly, but it still could not escape Yunxiao's sharp divine sense. Humph, you want to leave? Under the influence of my bell, even the slightest frequency fluctuation can't escape my perception. As long as you resist the bell, it will definitely change. Unless you give up resisting, the power of the bell will directly enter your body, shaking your meridians, qi, and blood, and you will directly explode and die. The sword beam in Yunxiao's hand moved according to his perception, chasing in the direction Liang Yui was moving. You'll die if you resist, or you'll die if you don't resist. What do you choose? Bang! Yunxiao's northern heaven-cold star sword was violently shaken, and the power of the sun pressed down. Liang Yui's figure gradually appeared in the air. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. With a pale face, she used the flaming sun technique and attacked fiercely. She shouted, Even if I reveal my true body, you can only resist. How can you defeat me? The people from the Chamber of Commerce around were all shocked. If they were the ones who went up, who would have thought of such a wonderful method to force Liang Yui out under the circumstances just now? Even if he knew this technique, who could create such a powerful sound wave attack and control it so well that he could sense the slightest fluctuation under the sound wave? Haha, there's indeed a huge gap between us, so it's not easy to fight. However, after using the 10 days in the sky and the stealth technique, your physical strength is less than a third of what it was before. How long can you hold on? Xianxia chuckled. How long can you hold on? As he spoke, the sword in his hand did not stop for even a moment. He continued to use various sword moves to attack, depleting Liang Yui's physical strength and vital qi. Other than a few perverts, the lack of physical strength was a weakness of any woman. As Xianxia kept attacking, Liang Yui finally began to fall into a disadvantage. The faces of the people around her turned dark, because they had all put their chips on the line, and now they had lost even their underpants. Liang Yui's face was ashen. She unwillingly circulated her flaming sun technique again, slowly forming a fireball. However, everyone could see that this was the end of the line, and the outcome would not change. Xianxia chuckled as he teleported and disappeared from where he was. A foot appeared in the air next to Liang Yui and kicked her in the shoulder, sending her flying. Bang! That kick had directly sent Qi Jin into her body. shaking her chi and blood. She was thrown far away, leaving a long mark on the ground. The big fireball in the field also dissipated. The martial arts duel has already ended. Do you still want to continue? Yuanxiao stood proudly in the field with a faint smile on his lips. In the eyes of the crowd, they all had their own thoughts, but most of them looked solemn. Especially Li Feiyu, Qian Wudi, and Tang Xian, the three outstanding talents of the younger generation. If it were them who had just fought with Liang Yui, not only would the outcome be unknown, but even if they could win, they would not have won so easily. All of a sudden, Yuanxiao had become a great enemy in everyone's eyes. Li Yuanxiao is the winner of this martial duel, Luoying said slowly. Do you have any objections? Zhang Chong, who had been looking like an outsider, turned serious after Yuanxiao used the dynasty bell. No objections. I wonder what Elder Su thinks. Su Danha's face was already green and she couldn't speak. Her eyes were filled with defeat. This time she had really fallen hard. Not only did she lose an elder, but she also lost a match before the two meetings even started. There were also countless primordial stones. And all of this was given to him by this young man. She really wanted to rush up and kill this person at all costs. But she knew she couldn't. With great difficulty, she spat out 2 words from her throat. Trash! He glanced coldly at Liang Yui, who was embarrassed. The latter's body trembled under her gaze, and he felt a chill and humiliation surge up his heart. She raised her head and gave Yuanxiao a resentful look, her eyes full of unwillingness and humiliation. Yuanxiao frowned and said coldly, Old woman, winning and losing is a common thing. It's really demeaning to call someone a good-for-nothing after losing. Su Danha's eyes were filled with anger and she said coldly, You dare to scold me? A strong killing intent welled up in her heart, and she wanted to find a reason to kill Yuanxiao in an instant. Humph. So what if I scold you? Yuanxiao said disdainfully. If not for the fact that I am no match for you now, I would have slapped you to death. Just you wait. I'll slap you in a few years. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. The courage and insight required to speak to a martial emperor in such a manner was not something an ordinary person could do. You're looking for death. Su Danha's figure flickered and disappeared from the throne. Her actions were faster than her words, and by the time everyone heard her voice, she had already attacked the arena. Both Qian Wudi and Tang Xian were shocked. If Yuanxiao died and they could not get the information, they would have made a wasted trip. Humph! Only Yuanxiao's cold snort was left in the field before he disappeared. He had already seen Su Danha's restless look, so he immediately teleported away and avoided that attack. Boom! A huge black pit suddenly appeared in the martial arts arena. They didn't even see how Su Danha attacked, and this was the result. Luo Ying's and Zhang Chong's expressions changed, and they immediately moved to block Su Danha. Elder Su, you have to admit your loss, Zhang Chong said coldly. The result of the martial duel has been decided, and we are all fair people. Are you really as tasteless as Li Yuanxiao said? Su Danha gritted her teeth in anger as she looked at Yuanxiao, who was gradually showing up behind them, and said coldly, Li Yuanxiao, I'll remember this name. I won't stop until I kill you. Yuanxiao waved his hand impatiently and snorted. Whatever. You're not the only one who threw out harsh words after losing. Face should be won by strength, not by threatening with words, stupid bird. You coward, pfft. Under the extreme stimulation, Su Danha finally couldn't help but vomit out a mouthful of blood. As the great elder of the Empyrean One Pavilion, she had never been humiliated like this. Her eyes were completely red, and there was only one word in her mind: kill. Luoying frowned, thinking that Yuanxiao really did not know what was good for him. If he completely angered Su Danha, even if he could escape death today, could he escape for the rest of his life? He was afraid of causing more trouble, so he hurriedly said, Since Elder Su also agrees with the result of the martial arts competition, then we'll do as we've said earlier. This matter will end here, and the Empyrean One Pavilion will add another defeat to the results of the 2 tournaments. Everyone, let's disperse. Standing in the air, Yuanxiao ignored the shock of the crowd and said, Ling Er, Collect the money. Everyone trembled, and many people's eyes turned red. That was all their property. All of them gritted their teeth in hatred. If you can't afford to lose, don't gamble. Right now, they're just losing some money. I think some people are starting to get hot-headed. But if they continue to get hot-headed, they might lose their lives. Xiao's cold voice rang out on the field, and it made some of the hot-headed people who were about to make a move immediately shiver and calm down. Ha ha! Thank you. Although Chen Wudi was envious of Xiao's gains, he was also a man who was satisfied, so he quickly took out 150 billion primordial stones. The people from Empyrean 1 Pavilion and its affiliated chambers of commerce all had dark faces and left angrily under Su Danhe's lead. Congratulations, young Master Yun. I shall take my leave as well. Li Feiyu also bade his farewell. Xiao nodded. Young Master Li, don't forget the satisfactory explanation you promised me earlier. I can't bear the blow of being deceived again. Li Feiyu's forehead was covered in sweat as he listened. Good. We'll talk about it another day. He fled as fast as he could, feeling that the more he talked to Xiao, the more danger he would be in. After everyone left, Tang Xan looked envious and said, Congratulations on your victory, young Master Yun. Although I've bet on Sister Yui's victory, I've always had high hopes for you. I've always supported and believed that you could win in spirit, as expected. To be able to witness such a battle today, we didn't come in vain. I'll host a banquet at the 4 Extreme Sects encampment tonight to entertain young Master Yun and Brother Wudi. I hope you'll do me the honor. His meaning was clear. We've fulfilled our promise, and it's your turn to contribute the information. Besides, the location was in the 4 Extreme Sect, which was a big test for Xiao to see if he dared to come. After all, after today's battle, his name would be known throughout the Merchant Union. He would be the focus of attention after entering the Merchant Union in a high-profile manner. There would probably be many people who wanted to kill him. In the 4 Extreme Sect, can young Master Tang Xian guarantee my safety? Xiao looked scared. Tang Xian laughed. Young Master Yun, you must be joking. As long as you're in the 4 Extreme Sect, you're my distinguished guest. I'll protect you even if the people from the 7 superpowers come. Xiao's eyes flickered as he said, Oh? Was it really that safe? He won't be like that Li Feiyu, who makes promises that sound better than anything else, but changes his attitude faster than anything else. Tang Xen looked determined and patted her chest. That's impossible. Li Feiyu is just used to being a despicable person. Myriad Treasure Store doesn't have any credibility to begin with, so how can they compare with my 4 Extreme Sect? Besides, Brother Wudi is here to witness it, so how can I go back on my word? Chen Wudi's heart moved and he sneered. Tang Xian, you've schemed against others too many times. Don't be like Li Feiyu, who can't explain himself. Tang Xian sneered. Brother Wudi, what you said is just a sincere invitation. Do you think I, Tang Xian, can go back on my word like Li Feiyu? If that's the case, then I can rest assured. I'll definitely be there on time tonight. Xiao laughed. I'll be there too, Chen Wudi said. Tang Xian said happily. Then I'll be waiting for you too. The people from the 4 Extremes Sect immediately rose into the air and left in a flash of light. Chen Wudi gave Xiao a look, his eyes full of fear and strong fighting intent. I look forward to meeting you in the martial arts competition. Zhang Chong also gave Xiao a glance, his eyes flickering. The entire money gang turned into light and dispersed. Having won a big victory, Ding Ling and the people of Tianyuan Trading Company all heaved a deep sigh of relief. But they still couldn't relax. They still felt like there was a huge mountain pressing on their bodies. The encampment has been destroyed, Ding Ling said. How should we arrange this? It can't be simpler, Xiao said with a smile. Move to the periphery and make space for the other minions. Otherwise, we'll just take it as them trying to merge with Tianyuan Trading Company. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat when they heard this. This was a blatant expansion. However, they had just defeated the Empyrean 1 Pavilion, so no one would dare to stand out and touch the limelight of Tianyuan Trading Company. Ding Ling immediately ordered the others to make the arrangements according to Xiao's plan. The few core members temporarily occupied a small courtyard. After settling down, Ding Linger said worriedly, "Young Master Yun, Tang Xian's invitation must be malicious. Why did she take the risk?" She felt that this was completely unnecessary. "I have another idea about this," Yun Xiao chuckled. "I'm not sure. Other than those absolute peak experts, there is no real danger in my eyes. Besides, Tang Xian is indeed a force to be used well. I need to use her to fight against Tang Jie." His eyes revealed a serious expression, and he said, "The existence of those big demons is a great hidden danger. If necessary, I even have to help Tang Xian with all my might." "Are those great demons really that powerful?" Mo Xiaochuan asked with a frown. "Those people used to be at the peak of the Nine Heavens realm, just like me," Yun Xiao said with a rare serious look. "But their strength has been lost over time. If they could obtain a large amount of resources from the Four Extremes sect, they would become an extremely terrifying force. It was even possible that they would be able to reach the 7 superpowers. What worries me even more is that those who aren't of my race are bound to have a different heart." Young Emperor Halian's eyes flashed coldly. "Since that's the case, let's kill them before they grow up to prevent any more trouble." "Yes, that's what I was thinking. Therefore, I'm going to the banquet today to find out more about Tang Jie's current situation. If it's necessary, we can reveal the situation of these demons to the world and let the Holy Region worry about it. The reason I don't want to do this at the moment is that those people also know a lot of my secrets, as well as the ownership of Noah's ship," Yun Xiao said. "If they spread the news, it would bring great danger to Yifan and me. So there's actually so much to it." Young Emperor Halian cursed in frustration. "If I had known this would happen, I would have spared their lives back in the demon plains. At that time, I was in a hurry to search for the primordial astral wind in the outer realm," Yun Xiao said. "You didn't know about it, so I can't blame you. However, this is also a great opportunity. We must grasp Tang Xian and even the business alliance as a card and strive to get rid of these future troubles. Xiao Huang and I will accompany you to the banquet tonight. Quality is more important than quantity," Mo Xiaochuan said. Yun Xiao nodded and said, "Very good. The two of you will follow me. We can also try to contact the people from the Death God Palace that the young emperor mentioned. Their goal is to save Yuan soon, and it doesn't conflict with what we're doing." Young Emperor Halian's entire body trembled as he said in a trembling voice, "Young Master Yun, I didn't know about these people's nature before, and I thought they were a pure killer organization. Now that I know, I wouldn't dare to come into contact with them even if you beat me to death. It's better to send senior brother. He's the senior brother, so he's more capable. What's the point of having you if you can't even handle such a small matter?" Mo Xiaochuan said angrily. A strange expression appeared on his face, and he chuckled. "Junior brother is handsome and charming, and has a romantic nature. Although the choice of partners is different from theirs, you can still be considered as fellow travelers. You can exchange your experiences well, and perhaps you'll gain a lot." Young Emperor Halian trembled when he heard that, and his face turned pale as he looked at Yun Xiao with a pitiful look for help. Yun Xiao also had goosebumps all over his body as he shouted, "Xiaochuan, stop joking. My hair is standing up from listening to it. Let's talk about this later. Tonight we'll first investigate the situation." After everything was settled, everyone left. "Wait a moment," Yun Xiao suddenly said. "Yun Xiang." The other 3 people all had strange expressions on their faces. Mo Xiaochuan and Halian Xiaohuang looked like they were gossiping, while Ding Ling felt an inexplicable sense of loss. When she reached the door, she heard Mo Xiaochuan whisper, "Sister Linger, don't be discouraged. I'm more supportive of you. My 2 sisters support it." Young Emperor Halian said softly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Young Master Yun must have something important to ask Sister Yunxiang to stay." "Yes, of course, it's a man's business. Right, junior brother? Hee, of course. There's nothing more important than this." The voices of the 3 people were getting further and further away. Yunxiang blushed and felt uneasy. She did not know what Yun Xiao meant. Is he really going to do it? Is he really going to do it? At the thought of this, she dared not think about it anymore. Yunxiao coughed violently a few times and said, "Ahem. Don't misunderstand. It's broad daylight right now. Why would I think about what happened at night?" Luo Yunxiang felt a soft ache in her heart, and these words kept popping up in her mind. What happened at night? What happened at night? Yunxiao took out a large number of Southern Fire golden crystal sources and said with a serious look, "Yunxiang, these crystal sources will be of great help to your Nine Yang True technique, and they'll be enough for you to achieve a massive improvement. You have the divine body of Nine Yang, so you must be a person who will reach the peak of martial arts." Luo Yunxiang came back to her senses and quickly declined. "Such a precious item. Swan and I, you don't have to do this between us," Yunxiao said with a smile. "The benefits of your increase in strength are self-evident. Do you still remember that time in the Light Song Forest? Our bodies sensed each other, and we entered that wonderful cultivation state." Luo Yunxiang's tender body trembled, and her face turned pale. How could she forget the experience that was completely like a spiritual exchange? It was a complete combination of the spirit and the body. The two of them had each other in their bodies, and it was even deeper than the kind between ordinary husband and wife. Every time she thought of it, Yunxiang's face would blush and her heart would race, and she could not calm down.